Chapter 1491. Chen could not help but sigh at the stinginess of the cultivators on the battle spirit side as he looked at the domain world that could only fit one void tree. He knew that he had absorbed a lot of energy, but expanding the domain world by 1 meter was too stingy. Chen did not know that the amount of energy he had consumed after breaking through this time could not be compared to the previous 2 times. This was because the previous 2 times he had expanded space, but this time he had expanded a world. Moreover, it was a perfect world. Chen did not know this. The only thought in his mind was to expand his domain world by a few dozen meters until it could fit all the void trees. In Chen's opinion, this request was not excessive at all. If the old man in the air knew what Chen was thinking, he would definitely be hopping mad. The old man naturally guessed Chen's thoughts as he looked at the empty light sphere and saw Chen's frown. As expected of a controller who had seen so much of the world, his emotions quickly stabilized. With a wave of his sleeve, the sky above Chen broke open. A beam of light formed from energy descended and enveloped Chen's entire body. Can't you absorb it? Then I'll let you absorb it to your heart's content. The old man looked at Chen and threw caution to the wind, ready to fulfill his wish. Outside the light spheres, the cultivators who had lost their qualifications looked at them enviously. Most of the cultivators were looking at Chen. This was because Chen was the one who had truly benefited from this trip to Tongyu Tower. Not only had he obtained the spirit domain core, but he had also obtained the perfect domain seed. Now he had obtained a light sphere that could raise his cultivation level. If they were not wrong, Chen's light sphere had the most energy. Chen had not absorbed the energy in the light sphere, which made some people laugh. They thought that even if Chen had the opportunity, it would be useless if he could not absorb it. However, as the suction force appeared around Chen's body, they were shocked to discover that their strength was rapidly being sucked away. In fact, the speed at which it was being sucked away was even faster than the other 98 people combined. Not much time had passed, and the power in Chen's light ball had been emptied. It's over? That's it. How long has it been? He has already absorbed all the energy? Could it be that Chen broke through a level in such a short time? Everyone was stunned because, at this moment, even in the light orbs where the titled individuals were, nearly 90% of the power had not been absorbed. Could it be that there's very little power inside? It should be very little. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Someone cried out in surprise, thinking that he had thought of the most crucial point. Soon after, many people agreed. Now that Chen had obtained the perfect domain seed, the less power in the light sphere, the more comfortable they felt. But in the next moment, they saw a hole appear in the sky. Then, a beam of energy appeared and began to inject energy into the light sphere where Chen was. For a moment, all kinds of discussions came to an abrupt end. Everyone's faces were filled with envy and jealousy. It seemed that the murmur in his heart had an effect. In the light sphere, which was originally empty of energy, there was a rich power again. After feeling the rich power again, Chen's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. A smile naturally appeared on his face as he began to absorb again. This power was very pure. Even with the harsh power required by Chen's perfect series, he did not need to deliberately refine it. He could directly absorb it. From this, it could be seen that the source of this power must be very extraordinary because it was too pure. He could directly absorb it and increase his strength. There was no need to worry about anything else as long as he could control it with his spiritual thoughts. When Chen broke through to the domain realm, his spiritual thoughts, which had been suppressed for a long time, also broke through. After the breakthrough, his perfect spiritual thoughts began to soar crazily. In almost an instant, it reached the intermediate stage of the first domain realm. After a slight pause in this stage, it soared again and reached the advanced stage of the first domain realm. Spiritual thoughts represented the soul, and in fact, it also represented the state of mind. Zi Chen's state of mind had already reached a very high level. Naturally, his soul was also incomparably powerful. Previously, it was only because he had not broken through to the next stage that he repeatedly suppressed it. Now that he did not need to suppress it and had completely released it, it was like a well-prepared eruption. In the end, his soul realm stopped at the peak of the first domain realm. He was only one step away from the second domain realm. When one state of mind and soul reached this level, it also meant that Zi Chen's state of mind could also reach the peak of the first grade domain realm and stop at the entrance of the second grade domain realm if he had enough power. Endless power was injected into the light sphere. Zi Chen began to absorb it freely. In the distance, those people were dumbfounded as they watched the light sphere, which was filled with energy, disappear again and again. At this point, if they still could not figure out something, they would be real fools. In particular, the corners of the eyes of the elder in the sky twitched from time to time. It was obvious that he was in pain. If the energy in a light sphere can raise the world by one domain realm, doesn't that mean that Zi Chen's current realm has passed the fifth domain realm? Yes, the energy in the light sphere has been depleted 5 times. Zi Chen should be at the fifth domain realm now. In just a few hours, he actually crossed 5 domains. This Zi Chen has created another miracle? Miracle? Can this be called a miracle? This is called a miracle. Discussions could be heard from the shocked crowd from time to time. Zi Chen's 2-meter world was slowly moving towards a 3-meter world. Although it was only an increase of 1 meter, 1 meter represented a larger space and naturally required more power. If the 3-meter world was treated as 3 circles, then the first 1-meter circle would be covered by the 2-meter circle. The total area would be more than double. Similarly, 3 meters would cover 2 meters, and the total area would be even larger. After 2 experiences, Zi Chen knew that the 3-meter world was a critical point in his world. The process of reaching the 3-meter world was the most difficult. This was just like the great path of heaven and earth. The great path gave birth to 1. 1 gave birth to 2. 2 gave birth to 3. And 3 gave birth to all things. Only when the world reached the 3-meter world would it be considered the first true transformation. When it continued to expand, it would not require such a huge amount of resources. Although the area was getting larger, it lacked the law of the Tao. Even if the domain realm grew slowly, it would still reach the 3-meter world. When it reached the 3-meter world, it meant that Zi Chen's realm had already reached the late-stage first domain realm. Since there was a huge amount of power pouring into it, Zi Chen did not hold back and continued to expand the 3-meter world. This time, he expanded it to the limit of his body. This limit was also the 3-meter limit, the peak of the first domain realm. If he tried to force a breakthrough and his spirit realm could not be suppressed, Zi Chen would be in danger of exploding. He stopped absorbing and opened his eyes. The light pillar above his head had also disappeared. The restrictions around the light sphere also disappeared the moment Zi Chen opened his eyes. With a breakthrough in his spirit realm and spirit realm, Zi Chen felt stronger than ever. His spirit was also better than ever. He got up and looked at the other light spheres. He realized that no one had come out. He was the fastest. Then he looked around again. Zi Chen saw the disqualified humans below. At this moment, these people seemed to be petrified. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were agape, and they looked at him with shock and horror. Everyone had the same expression. Zi Chen could not help but smile bitterly when he saw this. Obviously, he had stood out again. Everyone's expressions were naturally because he had exhausted too much energy. Suddenly, Zi Chen thought of something. He could not help but look up at the sky where the old man had been standing. Zi Chen saw the old man again. He did not leave. Zi Chen looked at the old man with a smile and was about to express his gratitude. The old man was also smiling, but the corners of his eyes were twitching from time to time. This was an expression of pain. Zi Chen, who was about to express his gratitude, froze. The words he was about to say were stuck in his throat, and he could not say anything. This was because he understood the old man's pained expression. He was afraid that the old man would think that he had taken advantage of him after expressing his gratitude. It would not be good if he got beaten up. Although his realm had increased and his combat strength had become stronger, Chen did not think that he was invincible. At the very least, he was not a match for the old man in front of him. Good, very good. The change in Chen's expression was clearly seen by the old man. In his heart, he could roughly guess what Chen was thinking. He smiled and casually said, "Yes, that's right. What realm are you in now?" After the old man finished speaking, the others pricked up their ears. They guessed that Chen's current realm was at least the 4th domain realm. "Senior, I am currently at the peak of the 1st domain realm. I am only one step away from the 2nd domain realm." Chen bowed and replied, although he had already sensed it earlier. When he heard Chen say it personally, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. "Good, very good, very good." The old man realized that he did not know what to say. He could only nod and agree. When the humans below heard this, they burst into an uproar. He is only at the peak of the 1st domain realm after consuming so much energy. How is this possible? With so much energy, he would have reached the 3rd domain realm even if he had forcefully transferred it. Let's not talk about the 3rd domain realm. He should be at least at the peak of the 2nd domain realm. What a waste, what a waste! The crowd could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. How can there be consumption for no reason in this world? Amongst the crowd, Xueming looked at Chen as a bitter smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could no longer describe the gap between him and Chen. The current Chen had reached a level where he could only look up to him. They had both entered the Tongyu Tower. When they had entered, they were about the same level. However, when they reached the top of the 9th level, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. You have consumed a lot of energy, but your realm did not increase much. How is your combat strength? The old man's emotions returned to normal, and he asked loudly. Chen closed his eyes and sensed the 3-meter world. He also sensed some perfect souls. In the end, he unexpectedly realized that even his physical body had reached its limit. He opened his eyes and said confidently, "I am invincible among those of the same level." P.S. I just realized that I missed a chapter. Sorry. This book came from the publisher. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1492. The old man was displeased by Chen's insatiable greed, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He no longer wanted to listen to the guy who was haggling with righteousness, so he directly waved his hand and said, "I won't agree to any of your additional requests, but I can promise you one thing today. If you can complete the mission, I'll raise your city's ranking by 10 places. Raise my city by 10 places, and you can change the ranking of Shantian Prefecture as you please, Senior." The old man's promise shocked Chen. Chen knew very well how difficult it was to raise Shantian Prefecture's ranking. Since Huping City's existence, who knew how many people had worked hard to raise their ranking, but they did not even raise it by a single place. However, the old man had now directly promised him that he could raise his city's ranking by 10 places. What did it mean to be ranked 10? It meant that his city would go from 108 to 98, directly entering the top 100. At that moment, Chen did not know that the killings he had unintentionally caused along the way had already pushed Huping City's ranking into the top 100. The people of Huping City were all looking forward to their safe return. Chen was currently unaware of everything that had happened in Huping City. In his heart, he really couldn't refuse the 10 rankings given by the old man, as this was a huge matter for Huping City. The old man's straightforwardness made Chen feel embarrassed. He smiled and said in a slightly bashful manner, "Actually, you've misunderstood me, Senior. I only have a small request, but since you're so generous, there's no need to mention it." The old man glanced at Chen in disdain and said, "It's a small request. Let's hear it." Chen stole a glance at the old man and said, "I want to make a trip back to the 3rd floor. I left my weapon there, and I want to get it back." The old man looked at Zi-Chin and smiled meaningfully. You should be talking about your dragon soul spear. Its transformation is indeed coming to an end. But I think your true objective is the collapsed world of the Thunder Clan. However, I'd advise you not to play any tricks. In the entire prefecture domain, you can only open your domain in the sphere of light from before. Once you leave that place, the domain will automatically isolate itself, and you won't be able to open it. This is the rule of the prefecture domain, and no one can change it. Zi-Chan was stunned. He asked, Don't you have special privileges, senior? The old man shook his head. It's useless even if you have special privileges. This is a rule set by our predecessors. No one can break it unless the prefecture domain collapses and the rules become incomplete. What about the Nether Realm? Zi-Chin asked again. He suddenly became very nervous. It's the same no matter where you go. But because the laws in the Netherworld aren't complete, you can barely draw upon a trace of energy from the region. The higher your cultivation is, the more energy you'll be able to draw upon. This is the main reason I want all of you to improve your cultivation. Are there no special circumstances? Is there no one who can open a domain? Zi-Chin looked very dejected. The old man seemed to enjoy seeing Zi-Chen's dejected expression. He laughed mockingly. Of course, there are special circumstances, but they are extremely special in the world. They require many special circumstances to appear, but unfortunately, you don't have these circumstances. What special circumstances? Zi-Chin asked. The old man looked impatient. You won't understand even if I tell you. Do you still want to go to the 3rd floor? If so, I'll send you. Zi-Chin nodded. Of course. I have one last request. If we're lucky enough to come out alive, I hope you can give more of their inheritances to my companions. Okay, I promise. Although the old man was dissatisfied, he still nodded. Zi-Chin and the old man finally reached a compromise after bargaining for a long time. Zi-Chan was sent to the 3rd floor. For the controller, this was a simple matter. When he arrived, Zi-Chen did not look for the Dragon Soul Spear. Instead, he went straight to the Thunder Clan's shattered world. You overestimate yourself. Zi-Chen faintly heard an old voice ring out in the sky. Zi-Chen did not have time to care if this was an illusion or not. It was already very difficult for him to appear calm in front of the old man. No one could open a domain, but Zi-Chen could. It had been so since he arrived at the Manor World, and it was still so now. This was Zi-Chen's secret. Outsiders did not know about it. Of course, man sure knew about it, but they were not outsiders. According to the old man, no one who had obtained a perfect domain seed had ever come out alive. Zi-Chen did not believe that they had all been careless. No matter what, the Nether Realm was dangerous. Zi-Chen's secret of being able to open a domain would be his greatest trump card after entering the Nether Realm. When he arrived at the shattered Thunder Clan's world again, there were no other cultivators around. More than 90% of the people were now gathered at the top floor. This shattered world was specially prepared for the Thunder Clan. The death rate of other people was also very high. Zi-Chin disappeared from the platform in a flash and appeared on a fragment of the world. This fragment of the world was not a complete world. It was caused by the collapse of a small world refined by a cultivator. When Zi-Chin was in the corporeal realm, he could not sense the abnormality of this place. However, now that he was in the domain realm, he immediately sensed the extremely pure power of thunder on the fragments under his feet as he released his powerful spiritual thoughts. Standing on a fragment, Zi-Chin took a step forward and spread his spiritual thoughts to envelop the surroundings. A 3-meter domain world appeared. At this moment, the old man's attention was already placed on the other titled sovereigns, and he had no time to pay attention to Zi-Chin. If he was fortunate enough to witness the scene of Zi-Chin opening his domain, his expression would definitely change, and perhaps he would change his strategy because of this. However, he did not. In the old man's heart, Zi-Chin was just a dark horse with great potential. However, there was still a big gap between him and the legendary existence. The most important thing was his temperament. The old man was angry at the thought of bargaining with righteousness. A suction force appeared on Zi Chen's body. This suction force was infinitely magnified under the effect of the domain world. Within a 3-meter radius, wisps of power suddenly appeared on the surface of the ground. These wisps of power were pure domain world energy and were absorbed by Zi Chen's domain world. Because he had already reached his limit, these wisps of power did not merge with the world after being absorbed by it. Instead, they floated in the sky of the world. They were like traces of colorful ribbons of light. As the last wisp of power was absorbed, Zi Chen put away the domain world and walked to another fragment. The original fragment directly turned into nothingness and dissipated because it had lost all its spiritual power. The fragments of the Thunder Clan's world disappeared just like that. In Zi Chen's 3-meter domain world, the colorful ribbons gradually turned into colorful clouds. Among the colorful clouds, there were many colorful raindrops, from gasification to liquefaction, and finally to solidification. In Zi Chen's 3-meter domain, there were many colorful particles. They were like colorful crystals embedded in the sky. They were densely packed like Xingqin. Each solidified, colorful crystal contained extremely pure and terrifying world energy. Once these energies were unleashed, the power would be unimaginable. Similarly, if these energies were absorbed, Zi Chen's realm would rise again and again. Time quickly passed, and the 7 days set by the old man were up. Seeing that there were still many fragments of the Thunder Clan's world, Zi Chen felt rather regretful. There are so many fragments of the Thunder Clan's world. They are much more valuable than domain fragments. It's a waste to leave them here. Zi Chen was very unwilling. Suddenly he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. A purple gold gourd floated out of his forehead. This was something Zi Chen had obtained in the Tianmu continent. Back then, it had contained Xingchen's sand. Along the way, the purple gold gourd had surprised Zi Chen again and again. It had helped Zi Chen greatly. This time, Zi Chen also placed his hopes on the purple gold gourd. He pulled out the stopper, and the purple gold gourd turned upside down. A misty light spat out of the gourd's mouth and enveloped the fragment below. "Come." Zi Chen held the purple gold gourd and shouted. Rumble. The ground shook, and the entire fragment trembled. Then it floated up bit by bit. Seeing this, Zi Chen's face immediately lit up. Obviously, the purple gold gourd didn't disappoint him. However, before Zi Chen could fully express his joy, a surge of lightning energy suddenly appeared on some nearby fragments. This lightning energy contained the will of thunder and fell on the trembling fragment. Swish! The misty light spat out of the purple gold gourd's mouth was instantly cut off by this will, and the fragment slowly returned to its original place. He had failed. However, Zi Chen didn't look depressed. Instead, his eyes lit up. This time, he mobilized the lightning energy in his domain and enveloped the purple gold gourd. The misty light spat out by the purple gold gourd also had an additional layer of lightning energy. After being enveloped by the lightning energy, the fragment slowly floated up again. This time, the will of thunder didn't appear. As expected, this thing can only be obtained by the Thunder Clan. Zi Chen was enlightened in his heart. His admiration for the ancestors of the Lightning Clan grew. He hadn't seen the faces of those seniors, but he could feel the protectiveness of the Thunder Clan from the way they cared for the people of the Thunder Clan. The will of thunder didn't appear until the purple gold gourd collected the entire fragment. Next, the collection became simple. Rumbling sounds continued to resound as the fragments of the Thunder Clan were collected one after another. On the first level, many cultivators walked out of the light sphere. From the joy on their faces, it was obvious that they had gained a lot. The old man had been paying attention to these people and was very satisfied with their performance. After waiting for everyone to come out, Zi Chen didn't return. The old man, couldn't help but frown. Then he saw Chen collecting the fragments. The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You little guy, you're so greedy. Whether you can come back alive is still uncertain. But you actually collected so many fragments." Chapter 1493. Just as Chen was being swept away, a dragon's roar resounded from the third floor of the Tower of Seclusion. A dragon shadow rushed out, its body glowing with silver light. It transformed into a silver spear and pierced through the air. Chen returned to the world of the light orbs and stood in the position of the first light orb. As soon as he stood up, everyone's eyes fell on Chen. Chen's eyes were filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. If there was enough time, he could guarantee that he would take away all the fragments, not leaving a single drop behind. Everyone looked up at Chen with different expressions. Chen was the one who benefited the most from this trip to the tower. Not only did he obtain the domain core, but he also obtained the perfect domain seed. The best position in the light orb was also occupied by Chen. Of course, they also gained a lot. Before Chen appeared, they were very satisfied with this trip. However, after Chen's appearance, some people couldn't help but feel jealous. The elder's figure disappeared in midair and reappeared beside Chen. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen and looked at the 98 cultivators below. He said, "Before you go, I have to explain something to you." Everyone pricked up their ears and listened quietly. The old man patted Chen's shoulder and said, "He is the leader of your group. During the journey, all of your actions will be under his command. As for his name, I don't think I need to introduce it." There was no one in the prefecture realm who didn't know Chen's name. However, it was one thing to know Chen's name, but it was another to be under Chen's command. Among the 98 cultivators below, at least 60 of them were the real leaders. As for the others, they had the potential and qualifications to be leaders. What right did a mere Chen have to lead these leaders? Apart from Manshur and the others who still supported Chen, the others were unsurprisingly in an uproar. Many of them were against the idea. Why should Chen be the leader? Chen's combat strength isn't weak. But as the leader, it's not just a matter of combat strength. I think we should choose one of the titled ones. Very soon, voices of opposition were heard. The smile on the old man's face did not diminish. He waved his hand, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Then he said, "I'll say the same thing again. If you don't agree, you can challenge them. However, once the leader is chosen, everyone must support him unconditionally." The crowd suddenly became extremely quiet. When it came to challenges, many people lost their confidence. "Leaders rely on wisdom, not combat power," one of the cultivators said. The old man smiled and said, "Power is the greatest wisdom." The person below was speechless, and the expressions of the others also changed. It was very obvious that the old man's attitude had already made it clear that the leader only wanted combat power and not intelligence. Down below, many people's expressions changed, but no one dared to step forward to challenge the leader. The old man saw through everyone's thoughts at a glance. He then said, "By the way, whoever becomes the leader will receive an additional reward when they return. This reward is not specific to the individual, but to the city they belong to. It can raise their ranking by 1 to 10 places." Once again, an uproar broke out among the silent crowd. The city's ranking varied from 1 to 10 places. This was obviously a ranking that targeted the leader's own city. If it was second place, Destiny City, it would only be 1 place. If it was third place, it would advance by 2 places, directly squeezing out first place, Shantian City. If Huping City was the last of the 10 million years, then Shantian City had been the leader since the establishment of Shantian Prefecture. Like Huping City, this position had never been shaken. The only difference was that one was the last of the 10 million years, while the other was the leader. Squeezing out the last of the 10 million years was dishonorable, and no one was interested in that. However, if they could squeeze out the leader's ranking, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the entire prefecture. This was glory and no one could miss it. I'll do it. Under the stimulation of the ranking, many people who had been wavering before made up their minds. With a loud shout, a person walked out of the crowd. Yi Ming of Gold Leaf City, please enlighten me. A clear voice rang out. The person who walked out was Yi Ming. Yi Ming raised his head and looked at Zichen. His eyes were cold and confident. After refining the energy in the glowing orb, he had gained a lot. His strength had broken through the first layer of the domain and reached the middle of the second layer. His combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Without waiting for Zichen's reply, the old man nodded and said, "Very well. As the leader, you must be strong enough. You are also allowed to take turns. Let's begin." With that, the old man left in a flash. Zichen was a little speechless. He really did not understand what the old man meant. He had clearly said that he would be the leader, but now he wanted to challenge him. Was he worried that he would not be able to control the others after entering the nether realm? Or was he looking for other dark horses? Zichen did not understand, but the battle had to continue. Zichen looked down at Yiming and asked, "How are we going to fight?" "Of course, it's a battle of strength," Yiming said loudly, looking very confident. Zichen nodded and said, "If we're talking about a battle of strength, then your strongest point should be your spiritual sense." "All right, I'll fight with your spiritual sense." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light rushed out from between Zichen's brows. The golden light turned into Zichen and rushed into Yiming's sea of consciousness. A battle of spiritual sense was very dangerous, and the outcome could be determined very quickly. However, this was for ordinary people. The battle between Zichen and Yi Ming should last for a long time. Logically speaking, the two people who were fighting should not move. However, as soon as Zichen's spiritual sense rushed out, he moved. He walked down the stairs step by step and walked toward Yi Ming. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand why. However, soon, someone guessed that Zichen was not using his full strength. In other words, Zichen was still holding back. Could Zichen, who was holding back, defeat a beast tamer at his peak? To the others, it was probably not. However, they could not be sure that Zichen would definitely lose. So everyone fell into a dilemma. Man Shi and Wu Xie walked together. The two of them looked at Zichen, who was walking down with a calm expression. Wu Xie chuckled and said, "Look, that guy is going to be unlucky. This guy is too bad. It's good that he's unlucky," Man Shi said coldly. Yi Ming was indeed going to be unlucky. Zichen approached. Without saying anything, he raised his fist and threw a punch. He did not hit Yi Ming's lower abdomen, nor did he hit Yi Ming's heart. He did not hit Yi Ming's face. He hit Yi Ming's eyes. The punch was very powerful and very ingenious. Yi Ming took a few steps back. His one eye instantly swelled. The punch was effective. An uproar came from the surroundings. Evidently, no one had expected such a situation. Multitasking consumed a lot of spiritual thought. Logically speaking, Yi Ming should have seized the opportunity when Zichen was distracted to destroy Zichen's spiritual thought. However, he did not. Yi Ming did not wake up. Naturally, the battle was still going on. Yi Ming, who had retreated, did not fall. Zichen threw another punch. Yi Ming's other eye swelled. The others were speechless. Some of them were stunned. Zichen looked calm. He threw another punch. This time, he hit Yi Ming's face directly. The punch landed. Yi Ming's face was swollen. The punch landed again. His face was swollen again. Thud, 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 thud. Yi Ming was like a puppet, being punched repeatedly. Zichen's strength was ingenious. After so many punches, Yi Ming's face was almost swollen. However, he did not knock Yi Ming down. The crowd was dumbfounded. Their eyes and mouths were wide open. They found it unbelievable. Zichen was obviously multitasking as his body was being punched. However, what was Yi Ming's soul doing? Why didn't he take the opportunity to fight back? Why didn't he destroy Zi Chen's soul? Looking at the sluggish Yi Ming's head gradually becoming swollen, Shen Tian could not help but cover his face. He said, "It's a tragedy for Yi Ming to encounter Zi Chen." Fortune teller had a smile on his face. He sighed and said, "Isn't that so?" He was humiliated in front of Zi Chen again and again. Today he was beaten to a pulp. Yi Ming of Golden Leaf City, the pride of God, has never been wronged like this. Hidden Mist said with a faint smile, "Can't the two of you see this?" See what? The two of them were puzzled. Hidden Mist pouted and said, "Zi Chen is quite ruthless. He doesn't just want to humiliate Yi Ming. He also wants to show some people that he's still a young man. He's not very mature yet. He just wants to show off his absolute strength in front of some people." The two of them looked at Jean Qingqing and instantly understood. Jean Qingqing was not far from the three of them. Naturally, she heard Hidden Mist's words. Her pretty face could not help but blush. However, looking at Zi Chen's punches, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Yi Ming's identity was extraordinary. After being humiliated like this today, he would definitely not let it go. In the future, Zi Chen would be in trouble. Looking at the punches that kept falling, many people who knew Yi Ming's methods changed their expressions. Obviously, Yi Ming had not recovered for a long time. It must be because he was suppressed. Yi Ming could still be suppressed while multitasking. This showed how strong Zi Chen's spiritual sense was. He was one level lower than Yi Ming, the beast tamer, but he could still suppress Yi Ming's strongest spiritual sense. At this moment, everyone deeply felt how terrifying Zi Chen's spiritual sense was. At this moment, what was Yi Ming doing? Everyone wanted to know. In Yi Ming's sea of consciousness, light shone brightly. Yi Ming's shout resounded like thunder, willow leaf slash. A powerful aura surged after Yi Ming's words. Yi Ming's entire body was glowing. This attack was very powerful. However, before Yi Ming's attack landed, a fist that emitted golden light smashed into Yi Ming's face. Bang! Yi Ming was pushed back. The aura surging around him instantly dissipated. At this moment, Yi Ming's spiritual sense was also being beaten up by Zi Chen. His face was about to turn into a pig's head. "Zi Chen, you've gone too far," Yi Ming shouted angrily. However, Zi Chen did not say a word. He took a step forward. He moved extremely quickly and arrived in front of Yi Ming. Then he punched his face again. Yi Ming borrowed the force and flew back thousands of meters. However, Zi Chen followed him like a shadow. When Yi Ming's figure stopped, he punched again. In the outside world, Yi Ming was passively being beaten. The people watching were speechless. In the sea of consciousness, Yi Ming was also being beaten up. Zi Chen was completely suppressing Yi Ming. P.S. When I came back, I realized that there was a mistake. I instantly understood that my account was hacked. I asked the editor to check it out. It was very dramatic. A few days ago, the login of my account was already abnormal. Someone logged into my account and gave away all the K coins 10 days ago. They even used my account to leave a message. I'm speechless about this. In the wee hours of last night, an extremely deceptive advertisement was posted. Chapter 1494. Many cultivators covered their faces as they looked at Yi Ming's miserable state. Although they couldn't bear to look at him, they were laughing happily in their hearts. Yi Ming's face was swollen like a pig's by Zi Chen's punches. The other cultivators from Golden Leaf City wanted to go forward, but one of them was directly punched by Zi Chen. They finally understood Zi Chen's strength. They just stood in the distance and glared at Zi Chen, not daring to go forward. A golden light rushed out of Yi Ming's sea of consciousness and returned to Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. Zi Chen's body just happened to stop punching at this time. He turned around and walked toward the high platform. Yi Ming, who was in a daze, slowly returned to normal. The first thing he felt was pain. His face was burning with pain. Damn it! Could it be that the pain from the spiritual sense has spread to the physical body? Yi Ming cursed. He was glad that this happened in his sea of consciousness. No one saw it, so it wasn't embarrassing. Even if Zichen wanted to use this as an excuse, it would be fine as long as he didn't admit it. With that in mind, the corners of Yi Ming's mouth curled up slightly. He couldn't help but smile proudly at his intelligence. Yi Ming immediately felt pain at the corner of his mouth. He grimaced for a while. At the same time, he cursed Zichen for being too ruthless. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill him. As he glanced around casually, Yi Ming realized that everyone's eyes were on him. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. They looked like they were smiling, but not smiling. They looked like they were crying, but not crying. They looked like they were in pain. Yi Ming was anxious. He thought to himself, didn't I just lose? What's the big deal? Winning and losing are common. Moreover, Zichen was the master of the perfect domain seed and the psychic domain core. It was normal for him to be a little special. While thinking about this, Yi Ming could still feel the burning pain on his face. For this, he cursed Zichen in his heart. He was too ruthless. Even his body had a sensory reaction. Pairs of strange eyes looked at him. Those faces wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. They kept staring at him. Yi Ming gradually felt that something was wrong. His expression changed, and he reached out to touch his cheek. The first thing that came was an even more intense labor pain. Yi Ming could no longer feel his face. All he could feel was a gigantic ball of flesh. He immediately understood what had happened. His expression became extremely ugly as he glanced at Zichen. Zichen's back was facing Yi Ming. Yi Ming could only see Zichen's back, but could not see Zichen's expression. However, Yi Ming saw the people from Shantian society. They were smiling, but when Yi Ming turned around, they could not help but laugh out loud. This laughter seemed to have caused a chain reaction. The others could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. Yi Ming's pig-like face turned livid as a deep sense of humiliation rose from the bottom of his heart. Your face. Touch your face and see what it feels like. Shantian Dao did not forget to remind Yi Ming while laughing. Heavens will fortune teller and the others were also laughing heartily. There was a piercing pain coming from his cheeks. Without touching it on purpose, Yi Ming could guess how he looked at the moment. Now he was extremely ashamed and murderous intent rose from the bottom of his heart. Coincidentally, Zichen walked up to the high platform and turned around to look at Yi Ming. Yi Ming glared at Zichen with a murderous intent. Zichen, you're digging your own grave. Zichen looked down at Yi Ming and said coldly, I think you're the one who's digging your own grave. Today's incident was just a lesson. If there's a next time, it won't be just a lesson. When he met Zichen's eyes, Yi Ming realized that Zichen's eyes were even colder than his own. That cold, murderous intent penetrated the bottom of his heart, causing Yi Ming's expression to change. He was not stupid and naturally understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. Zichen was not referring to today's challenge, but the series of events that happened before. Thinking back to how Zichen suppressed him, Yi Ming could feel the difference between the two of them. At this moment, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress it. If he could not suppress it, death was the only way out for him. However, he had already remembered Zichen in his heart. Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Zichen regret what he had done today. Yi Ming's sudden forbearance surprised everyone. However, they also saw how powerful and terrifying Zichen was from another perspective. After some people silently compared themselves to Yi Ming, they shook their heads. Obviously, they no longer fought for the leader's position. Is there no one else? The old man who had been smiling all along suddenly asked. The special reward of being the leader was very attractive, but it could not attract everyone, especially some of the higher life forms. They had no interest in the city rankings. As for Jin Meng, Jin Ge, Xiongba, and the others, they did not dare to challenge Zichen. They originally had a grudge with Zichen. This time, they were afraid that Zi-chan would take this opportunity to kill them during the challenge. This was because Zi-chin, who was constantly transforming, did indeed have the ability to kill higher life forms. Yi Ming retreated and found a quiet place to heal his wounds. As for the others, they stayed where they were. For a moment, no one came out to challenge. The fortune teller looked at Shantian Dao and smiled. "You don't want to go. It seems that you are very qualified to be the leader." Shantian Dao shook his head and said, "I'm not interested. I think you are qualified. Why don't you go?" The fortune teller smiled faintly and said, "I want to go, but just now I pinched my fingers and calculated that we will be in danger. As for our leader, it will be even more dangerous. Therefore, I will take the initiative to give up this position and not participate in the competition." "You don't even want to fight for such a good thing, and you want others to fight for it." The mist shadow curled his lips. The three title holders obviously had no intention of fighting for the leader's position. As for Jin Qingcheng, she was a woman. She had no interest in leading a group of men. She stood together with Wu Shuang. The two of them were whispering something, and there was laughter from time to time. The fortune teller smiled mysteriously and said, "We don't fight, but it doesn't mean that others won't." While they were talking, another person walked out from the crowd. It was the dark mantle in a black robe. Red light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zichen and said, "Please enlighten me." "Good. Your courage is commendable. Let the battle begin." The old man nodded. Obviously, he admired the dark mantle very much. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly resounded from the outside of this world. Everyone looked towards the source of the roar and saw a dragon's shadow approaching from afar. The dragon's shadow rushed into this world without any resistance and hovered in front of Zichen. A pair of dragon eyes looked down. The dragon aura that belonged to the dragon clan spread in all directions. Everyone's expression changed when they felt the dragon aura. Some of the higher life forms had a look of shock in their eyes. Dragon. A real dragon appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed around its body, and its eyes were filled with majesty. In everyone's perception, this was a real lightning dragon, not the so-called dragon soul spear. In Zichen's perception, the dragon soul spear had an additional life force. This life force seemed to have refined the spiritual domain core. Not only was the dragon's soul more majestic than before, it had also become stronger. There were faint signs of it breaking through the shackles and transforming into a dragon. Facing the dragon aura, no one dared to breathe. Even those higher life forms felt a strong pressure in their hearts. The scene was silent, only the dragon aura was spreading. Shentiandio looked at the dragon, soul floating in the sky. He felt Zi-chen's aura from it and had a guess in his heart. He looked at Zi-chen again and found that he couldn't see through him anymore. Dragons were naturally a type of higher life form. However, this type of life form had a very high starting point, just like those supreme beasts. Such existences were usually very arrogant, except for supreme beasts of the same level. They didn't even put other higher life forms in their eyes, let alone humans. But why would this supreme dragon soul in front of him attach itself to Zi-chen and even recognize Zi-chen as its master? Shentiandio wasn't the only one who couldn't understand. The others couldn't understand either. Swoosh! Seeing that no one dared to move, the dragon aura around the dragon soul gradually retracted. Then the huge dragon shadow shook its body and turned into a dragon spear. Seeing the dragon spear, many higher life forms couldn't help but exclaim, "Weapon! A dragon soul weapon!" This Zi-chen actually integrated the dragon soul into his weapon. This is a supreme dragon soul. He actually refined it into a mortal weapon. What a waste! Those who exclaimed and sighed were all higher life forms. They were very sensitive to the dragon aura just now. The kind of oppressive aura that came from the soul was the aura of a supreme beast. However, such a powerful, utmost exalted beast had actually been refined into a domain armament. No one could accept the scene. Even Shentiandio and the others had a look of astonishment on their faces. But relatively speaking, many humans didn't have such a big change in expression because some of them had seen the Dragon Soul Spear before. The Dragon Soul Spear floated in front of Zichen. Zichen calmly looked at Dark Mantle. Originally, the two were going to fight, but the sudden appearance of the Dragon Soul Spear delayed them for a while. The corner of Dark Mantle's mouth had a trace of bitterness. "I didn't expect you to have such a thing. Then let's forget about this battle. My weapon is not as good as yours." Dark Mantle shook his head and chose to give up. The human cultivators were very surprised by Dark Mantle's decision to give up, but the higher life forms were relieved because if Zichen held the Dragon Soul Spear, the dragon aura that was constantly spreading would greatly suppress Dark Mantle. Dark Mantle wouldn't be able to display his full combat strength. And with this Dragon Soul Spear, Zichen had the qualifications to lead the higher life forms because it was a supreme dragon soul. The Dragon Soul Spear turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Zichen's body. After keeping the Dragon Soul Spear, Zichen looked at Dark Mantle and said indifferently, "Since it's a challenge, it naturally has to be fair. Let's fight. I won't use any weapon, only my fists." Dark Mantle looked at Zichen with some astonishment. Zichen clenched his fist and said, "Why? Can't I?" Dark Mantle looked at Zichen and said seriously, "This is a challenge. I will give it my all." Zichen nodded and said, "Of course, I will give it my all too." Swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 1495. Zichen and the Dark Mantle fought fiercely in midair. Both of them were very fast, like two entangled lights. Outside the battlefield, many people could only see the lights and couldn't see the two combatants. After absorbing the energy in the light ball, Zichen's realm had reached the peak of the first domain realm, only one step away from the second domain realm. Not to mention Zichen's uniqueness. Just Zichen's realm alone was much higher than the others. Only those who had entered the light ball and raised their realm could see the battle clearly. Of course, that included the elder on the high platform. Those who could see the battle clearly were watching in silence, with no intention of explaining the battle in detail. The expected scene of the two combatants fighting hundreds of rounds did not happen. The battle started and ended very quickly. After the entangled lights separated, the two combatants stood on opposite sides. Zichen looked calmly at the Dark Mantle, while the latter's breathing was slightly rapid. With a trace of admiration on his face, he cupped his fist and said, "I lost." Zichen smiled faintly and said, "It's just a draw. There's no need to talk about winning or losing." "I'm impressed." After cupping his fist at Zichen again, the Dark Mantle turned and walked towards the crowd. Those in the distance couldn't see the two combatants clearly, so they naturally didn't know what had happened. Those who saw the battle clearly naturally knew what had happened. In the previous battle, the two combatants didn't use their full strength. They were only testing each other symbolically, but their speed was still so fast that most people couldn't see it clearly. The Dark Mantle didn't lose, but he withdrew voluntarily. He already knew that he couldn't do anything to Zichen. Whether it was Zichen's attack, defense, or speed, they were all perfect and impeccable in the eyes of the Dark Mantle. He couldn't find any flaws and couldn't overpower Zichen, so he could only give up. The Dark Mantle's surrender caused quite a stir in the crowd. After that, no one dared to challenge him. Since no one wants to challenge him, Zichen's position as the leader is set. Next, I'll explain the rules. During the operation, no one is allowed to leave without permission. You can only move forward in groups. No matter what happens during the operation, you must listen to the leader's command. The old man's explanation was very clear. Even if they were unwilling, they couldn't refute him. The leader has been confirmed. Now, all of you, follow me to the trading area to get your weapons. This is what Zichen fought for you all before. Each of you will get a weapon and a piece of armor. This is an advance payment. Of course, although it's an advance payment, don't bite off more than you can chew. Try your best to choose what suits you. After the elder spoke, the crowd lifted their heads and looked towards Zichen. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, excitement, and gratitude. They had already seen the items in the trading ground and were tempted, but they didn't have that many luck points. They didn't expect that Zi Chen would actually obtain 2 items for everyone. After that, it was time to return. Everyone began to move towards the trading area. The cultivators who entered the light sphere all had excited expressions on their faces. Those who had lost their chance had dejected looks on their faces. If they missed a step, they would miss every step. Whether it was in terms of realm or battle prowess, they would fall far behind these 99 people. As they moved forward, Manshur and the others walked together with Zichen. As long as they followed Zichen, they were willing to follow him even if there were fatal dangers ahead. Furthermore, everyone was still alive. This was something worth rejoicing over. The only pity was that Lu Guangqing's clan prestige hadn't appeared yet, so they missed this opportunity. As Zichen moved forward, 3 titled ones walked over. Among them, Fortune Teller was the closest to Zichen. After arriving in front of Zichen, he didn't speak directly. Instead, he transmitted his voice. "Will this trip be very dangerous?" The elder didn't say where they were going before, nor did he mention anything about danger. Fortune Teller's question surprised Zichen. As expected, although titled ones were simple-minded, they were definitely not stupid. Each of them was extremely intelligent. Since Fortune Teller asked this question, the other 2 obviously had doubts in their hearts. Chen rarely lied, and he didn't know how to. After a slight pause, he transmitted his voice. "It is indeed very dangerous." "How dangerous?" Fortune Teller asked again. This time, Hidden Mist and Shen Tiandao's gaze also fell on Zichen. Of course, not far from Zichen, Jin Qingsheng, who was with Wu Shuang, also looked over. These people were all friends. Zichen had the obligation to protect them, and even more the obligation to not let them take risks. He didn't hesitate and directly transmitted his voice. "The place we are going to is called the Nether Realm. It is said to be very dangerous. Once you enter, your chances of survival are slim." Hearing Zichen's transmission, their expressions didn't change. First, they didn't want to attract more attention. Second, they had already expected this situation. The Nether Realm. Shen Tiandao's transmission had a hint of hesitation and doubt. "You know this place?" Zichen was surprised and transmitted his voice. "Shentian City has some records about the Nether Realm. It is said that it is connected to the Tongyu Tower. It is a training ground, but relatively speaking, it is very dangerous. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the reward," Shen Tiandao said. As a member of Shentian City, Shen Tiandao should have some knowledge about the Nether Realm. However, his knowledge was not as much as Zichen's. Zichen smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice. "It is very dangerous. It is said that over the years, no one who has obtained a perfect domain seed successfully came out alive after entering." Hearing this, their expressions couldn't help but change. If that is the case, it is indeed very dangerous. However, Zichen, don't worry. I have divined for you. Your fate is very strong, and you are not a short-lived person. This time, although there were some surprises, there is absolutely no danger. Moreover, there is a big variable in the divination, but I can't see through this variable. Fortune Teller smiled and transmitted his voice. He didn't seem to care at all. "There is no danger? Is that true?" Zichen's eyes flashed. Fortune Teller's face couldn't help but show a proud expression. He said, confidently, "How can it be false? Who am I? I am the Fortune Teller, an existence known as the Fortune Teller. You are just a mere human. How can you be more difficult to divine than the Fortune Teller?" Fortune Teller's transmission was transmitted to everyone's mind. Shentian nodded and transmitted his voice. If it was someone else's divination method, I naturally wouldn't believe it. However, the Fortune Teller in Destiny City is known as the #1 divine Fortune Teller in Shentian Prefecture. Since he said that there is no danger, then there is no danger. Mist Enying smiled and transmitted his voice. Indeed. If fortune teller dares to say that he is the number 2 in Shantian Prefecture, then no one dares to say that they are the number 1. I was worried that the old man wanted us to die, but it seems that there is no need to worry. Beside Wu Shuang, Jin Qingqing's clear and firm voice sounded. I believe fortune teller's words. Without waiting for Zi Qin to speak, fortune teller said, If I knew that I am so important in your hearts, then I would have run for the position of leader. At the very least, I can get the support of titled ones like you. Of course, we support you, Shantian Dao said. I also support you, Mist Enying said. Jin Qingqing chuckled. As a result, the originally tense atmosphere immediately eased up. Zi Chen didn't know the meaning of titled ones at first, but after Wu Shuang's explanation, he understood more about them. At this moment, Zi Chen personally agreed with the words of titled ones. While chatting and laughing, Zi Chen's nervous mood also relaxed a lot. Zi Chen walked forward and caught up with the old man's footsteps. They went to the trading place. Behind them, fortune teller smiled at Shantian Dao and the others. When they arrived at the trading place, everyone began to choose the equipment they needed. Even Zi Chen was no exception. He needed powerful weapons and strong defensive armor. After all, it was related to life and death. He couldn't be careless. Although the others didn't say much, they naturally felt that the following journey wouldn't go smoothly. Therefore, none of them aimed too high and chose things that could be seen but not used. They all tried their best to choose things that could strengthen their combat strength. There was everything in the trading place. Everyone just needed to choose. This was because some people had already set their sights on some of the things that they wanted. Therefore, it did not take long for them to find the things that they wanted after arriving at this place. After they finished choosing, they walked out of the transaction area and gathered in the outside world. There were indeed a lot of good things here, but for Zi Chen's realm, it wasn't easy to find something that was suitable for him. There were a lot of weapons here, but most of them were defective. Zi Chen's best weapon was the saber. He needed a good saber to perform the saber drawing technique. The saber with the bladed golden eyes beast spirit was of high quality, but its realm was a little low. It wasn't suitable for Zi Chen now. Ba Dao's scabbard was extraordinary. It could nurture the soldier spirit and increase its quality. As Zi Chen's cultivation level increased, the blade golden-eyed beast soldier spirit also fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, Zi Chen urgently needed a good saber. There were a lot of good sabers here, but it was hard to find one that was compatible with Zi Chen's strength and was suitable for Zi Chen. What's wrong? Haven't you found one that suits you? A voice rang out from beside Zi Chen. Zi Chen turned around and saw a battle spirit in a black robe. A look of surprise appeared on his face. The person who came was Ba Dao. He was famous for his saber drawing technique when he was alive. Even after he died, those battle spirits still felt their hearts tremble when they saw Zi Chen's scabbard. Zi Chen smiled and said, I'm still looking, but I feel like I'm missing something. Ba Dao smiled and said, What I'm missing is a good saber. There are many good sabers, but none of them are suitable, Zi Chen said. Of course, there is only one saber in the world that can perfectly match the scabbard and increase the power of the saber drawing technique to its maximum. Ba Dao smiled and said, It's this saber. Chapter 1496. Domineering Blade held a saber in his hand, a black saber. The black saber flashed with a black light, covering the entire saber. Under the black light, the saber didn't seem cold or sharp, but the entire saber exuded a rich smell of blood, as if it had been soaked in a sea of blood and corpses. The black saber looked heavy and heavy. Looking at it made one feel oppressed. Looking at the black saber was like looking into a bottomless abyss, making one feel like they were falling into it. Just by looking at the saber, one could tell that it was a good saber. Zi Chen's eyes immediately brightened, but then Zi Chen's expression changed. This was because he could feel that the saber scabbard was trembling on its own. This was the first time that Zi Chen had seen the saber scabbard express emotion on its own. Zi Chen's eyes regained their clarity. He looked at Domineering Blade and asked, "Which saber is this?" Which saber? Which saber? In this world, there was only one saber that could make Zi Chen ask this question. It was the saber that was 100% compatible with the saber scabbard. Or it could be said that the saber and the saber scabbard were one. Domineering Blade nodded and said, "Yes, this is the weapon that I used in the past. It accompanied me through my life, witnessing my glory and also my fall. It accompanied me through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It accompanied me through many foreign races. I hope you don't bury it." Domineering Blade handed over the saber. Only then did Zi Chen react. He was flattered and hurriedly refused. "Senior, I can't accept this. This is your weapon." Domineering Blade still held the saber in his hand and didn't take it back. He looked into Lin Ming's eyes and said, "You're already brothers with Hammer, so don't call me senior. Just call me second brother, Domineering Blade. I haven't used this saber since I turned into a battle spirit. Moreover, I am a battle spirit, so this saber is no longer suitable for me. Take it and don't bury it. It needs to bathe in the blood of foreign races to grow." Unable to refuse, Zi Chen could only nod in agreement. After receiving the black saber, Zi Chen gratefully said, "Thank you, second brother, Domineering Blade." Ba Dao smiled and nodded. The black saber was not heavy in his hand, but Zi Chen felt very comfortable and satisfied as he held it. It was as if this thing had long been his. Or rather, he had seen and used this kind of thing before. The saber that the blade golden-eyed beast was on unsheathed by itself. The weapon's spirit fell into a deep slumber. After that, the scabbard appeared in front of Zi Chen, trembling slightly. It seemed to be very active and excited. Even the black saber in Zi Chen's hand was trembling. Whoosh! Zi Chen returned his saber to its scabbard. The scabbard stopped vibrating, and the black saber returned to silence. When the saber and scabbard merged into one, a mysterious fluctuation came from the saber and scabbard. The combined saber and scabbard would become even stronger, now that he had a weapon, and a very satisfying one at that. Zi Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. At the same time, when the saber and scabbard merged into one, Zi Chen felt a heavy pressure. Clearly, Ba Dao did this in hopes that Zi Chen would be able to kill more of the foreign races. Ba Dao moved to the side, and a glowing figure appeared beside Zi Chen. Zi Chen reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the return to one scabbard in his hand and looked at the figure radiating the light of thunder. That figure smiled at Zi Chen and said, "You can call me third brother Shanlei. This is the battle armor that I used when I was alive. When I died, it died with me. However, after I awakened, I found it and patched it up. It can still be used. Now I'm giving it to you." A battle armor appeared in Shanlei's hand. The battle armor surface was inlaid with dense scales. The scales emitted lightning, looking like tiny bolts of lightning. It was very eye-catching. The battle armor style was very similar to Shanlei's. It was very eye-catching and dazzling. When Shanlei appeared and took out the battle armor, practically everyone's gazes landed on him. When they saw Shanlei give such an eye-catching battle armor to Zi Chen, envious expressions appeared on the faces of the others. The battle armor that Shanlei took out was clearly extraordinary. If it was sold at a discount, it would probably cost tens of millions of luck points. Zi Chen had already received such a great benefit before he even went on the expedition. What would happen after he came out? While everyone was envious, they couldn't help but feel jealous. This was especially true for those who had lost their qualifications. They were even more envious. After losing their qualifications and missing out on their opportunity, they no longer had the qualifications to become the strongest in this place. Zi Chen took the battle armor and said gratefully, "Many thanks to third brother Shanlei for giving me this battle armor." When the battle armor entered his hand, it was very warm and soft. It wasn't as tough as it looked. The dense scales were also very soft and tough. They weren't sharp or prickly. There were some inscriptions on the battle armor. These inscriptions played an important role in being able to fit the battle armor together. This battle armor wasn't a complete piece of scale, but rather many pieces pieced together. These are all pieces of high-grade Thunder Beast's softest and toughest parts. They're very expensive to make. Hurry up and try them on. Shan Lei urged, looking very excited. Is this appropriate? Zi-Chin was a bit hesitant. The battle armor was too bright and eye-catching. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? As a member of the Thunder Clan, we were born surrounded by lightning. What is lightning? It's the most dazzling thing and also the most destructive thing. As someone surrounded by lightning, what's there to be afraid of? Under Shan Lei's twisted logic and insistence, Zi-Chin had no choice but to put on the eye-catching battle armor. The battle armor was controllable, so it naturally fit him well. It completely displayed Zi-Chin's slender figure. After putting on the battle armor, Zi-Chin's entire body glowed. He really did look like a person surrounded by lightning. Under the dazzling lightning, Zi-Chin's handsome appearance added a sense of mystery. This caused the eyes of many female cultivators to flash with a strange light. As expected of a member of the Thunder Clan, this looks very good. Shan Lei patted Zi-Chin's shoulder and praised. Zi-Chin smiled. This battle armor was very eye-catching, but its defense was as good as the battle armor itself. It was much stronger than Zi-Chin's original battle armor. Now that he had the battle armor, there was no point in staying here any longer. Zi-Chin turned around and looked at Mansher and the others. He found that they had already chosen their things. In Mansher's hand, there was a pitch-black heavy hammer. Seeing that familiar heavy hammer, Zi-Chin's face was filled with astonishment. That was because it was Heavy Hammer's weapon. Back then, Heavy Hammer had spent a lot of luck points to buy it. At that time, the black hammer was covered in rust, so no one paid attention to it. But now the hammer in Mansher's hand was shining black and emitted an oppressive aura. Clearly, Heavy Hammer had given this weapon to Mansher. The group of 99 people finished choosing their weapons and armor. Then they walked out of the transaction area. Everyone would gather outside. On the way, Jin Qingcheng walked with Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin couldn't help but ask, "What did you choose?" "A small thing." Jin Qingcheng smiled and took out a small golden feather. Even with Zi-Chen's perception, he couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from the feather. "We're going the same way. Why didn't you ask me?" Suddenly, a slightly dissatisfied voice rang out. It was Wu Shuang. When Wu Shuang first met Zi-Chin, because of Zi-Chen's identity as a human, she looked down on Zi-Chin. However, along the way, the power that Zi-Chen displayed also became stronger and stronger. Although the two of them had not really fought, it was just as Lang Wei had said. At the same level, Wu Shuang was no match for Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin looked at Wu Shuang and smiled. "Then what did you get?" "Humph, why should I tell you?" Wu Shuang pouted and pulled Jin Qingqing away. Zi-Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Sure enough, she had the temperament of a child. If you want to successfully hit on a beauty, you have to deal with Miss Wu Shuang first. The fortune teller smiled at Zi-Chin and said in a low voice, "I was just casually asking, how did it become hitting on a girl?" Zi-Chin shook his head and smiled bitterly. The fortune teller smiled and patted Zi-Chen's shoulder. Then he turned and left. Shen Tian and the others also smiled at Zi-Chin meaningfully. Zi-Chin, who was wearing the armor, was so eye-catching that his every move was under everyone's attention. Yi Ming's face turned ugly when he saw that Zi-Chen was actually trying to strike up a conversation with Jin Qingqing. If he had the chance, he did not mind getting rid of Zi-Chin because this fellow had really overstepped his boundaries. Jin Qingqing was his and could only be his. No one else could touch her. Whoever touched her would have to die. The old man had been waiting for a long time. The 99 people quickly gathered. The old man waved his hand and 99 tokens appeared, floating in front of everyone. Infuse a strand of soul power into it. This is the qualification token and also the life and death token. It will let us know if you are alive or dead. Everyone took the tokens and infused their soul power into them. Then the old man waved his hand and took all the tokens away. All right, everyone follow me. The old man didn't say anything else. He was very straightforward as he turned and flew away. Zichen and the others followed. However, Zichen soon realized that something was wrong. There were more than 99 people in the group. There were 3 more in the middle. Big brothers, why are you here? Zichen was very surprised to see Hammer and the other 2. This time, the 3 of us will lead the way. Hammer said, Lead the way? We still need to lead the way. Zichen was puzzled. The danger there is far beyond your imagination. With the 3 of us leading the way, you will be able to save a lot of trouble. Hammer said with a smile. At this moment, Hammer was obviously stronger than when he came to the first level. His soul had completely awakened. His current combat strength was not weaker than Ba Dao and Shanlei. Moreover, their cultivation levels were very high. If they were to fight, even Zichen wasn't confident that he could win against any one of them. Logically speaking, Zichen should be happy with the addition of 3 powerful guides. But not only did he not show any signs of excitement, his expression became even more solemn. Chapter 1497. The fog that Zichen couldn't see through was dispelled by the old man with a wave of his sleeve. A pitch-black hole appeared in the middle of the void. Colorful light and gas gushed out from the hole. The colorful gas spewed out from the hole and dissipated into the void. The colorful gas was a special power that no one had ever seen before. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with curiosity as they wondered what kind of power it was. The entrance to the training ground is there, the old man said as he looked at the hole in front of them. Everyone's expression became excited as they rubbed their palms together. Their fighting spirit soared as they imagined how much they would gain after entering the training ground. This is the entrance to the nether realm. Zichen's heart skipped a beat as he stared ahead. The old man turned around and swept his gaze across everyone. Finally, his gaze landed on Zichen as he instructed. After entering, you must be careful and act according to your ability. The 3 of them will assist you and provide you with all the help you need. Zichen nodded. All right, go. The old man waved his hand. Zichen took a step forward. As the leader, he had to go first. However, Hammer and the other 2 were even faster. They had already rushed towards the hole and disappeared in a flash. Zichen followed closely behind, followed by the others. In a flash of light, everyone disappeared, leaving only the old man. He looked at the hole and muttered, I hope you all can come back alive. Everyone left, and only the old man was left. But shortly after, rays of light flashed in this place. Every ray of light was a figure. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen people here. These people were relatively old and looked very old. The youngest among them was middle-aged. After they appeared, they stared straight at the hole in front of them. All right, let's begin, the old man said indifferently. Then a few jade slips appeared in the hands of these people. As traces of energy were injected, these jade slips began to glow. The light formed an arc fan and projected a projection in front of them. There were some compact words and some images in the projection. It seemed like a detailed annotation of something. These images and words were distributed in all directions around the group. After everyone finished investigating and debugging, they all nodded. The old man nodded in response. He waved his sleeve again, and a huge screen of light appeared in the air before him. There were people moving about on the screen, and some voices could be heard. This is the netherworld. Zichen's voice was the first to ring out. The figures on the screen were none other than Zichen and the others who had just entered the nether realm. At this moment, Zichen's group was surrounded by steep, towering peaks without a single blade of grass growing on them. On the screen, the images were changing. Steep mountain peaks could be seen as far as the eye could see. They were like heavenly swords that were about to pierce through the sky. "Lock onto their position," the old man said loudly as he looked at the figures in front of him. Behind the old man, the group of people began to search for a similar environment on the jade slips. After a while, everyone shook their heads one after another. A middle-aged man with a grave and stern face said, "We can't find the relative location. This is an area that has never been explored before." There was a hint of disappointment in the old man's deep eyes. He sighed and said, "It seems that they can only rely on themselves for the rest of the journey." At this moment, the image on the screen had returned to Zi Chen's group. When they had just arrived in the Nether Realm, everyone was very excited. Their minds were filled with opportunities and luck. Among them, one of the cultivators looked around and asked, "This place is so big. There must be many opportunities. Let's split up and look for them." When they arrived at this place, they were surrounded by mountains. There were only mountains. There were no living creatures or dangers. Everyone let down their guard and didn't seem to care too much. That's not very good. When we came, we said that we would move together. Someone frowned and hesitated. "TSK, it was just a suggestion. Did you take it seriously? We came here to look for opportunities. If we stay together, how are we going to find opportunities?" A cultivator curled his lips in disdain. Among the people present, the ones with the lowest realms should be the higher-level life forms. Their realms were generally between the late stage and peak of the first stage domain. However, the humans had all broken through in the light sphere. Their realms were mostly around the middle stage of the second stage domain. Compared to the higher-level life forms, the humans with higher realms were more confident. Immediately, several people expressed their agreement to leave. Hearing the discussions around him, Manshur turned around and said to the group of cultivators, "We said earlier that no one can leave. If no one can leave, how are we going to find opportunities? There are so many of us. Who should we give the opportunities to when we find them?" Someone said unhappily, "That's right. Do we need to decide who gets the opportunities based on combat strength?" Another person chimed in. Ba Dao and the other two looked at each other and didn't participate. There were different opinions within the group. This was the problem that the leaders had to worry about. This was also the problem that Zi Chen had to face first. If everyone couldn't unite, they might not be able to return. Zi Chen looked around with an indifferent expression. Those who wanted to leave subconsciously avoided Zi Chen's gaze when they met his eyes. All of you are the leaders of a group. Don't you think that it's a very unwise decision to leave before you detect any danger? As soon as Zi Chen spoke, everyone fell silent. Apparently, Zi Chen's words made sense. However, silence didn't mean consent. Everyone still insisted on leaving on their own. As leaders, they knew that if they gathered together, the one who benefited the most would always be the leader. The level of danger here is far beyond your imagination. If you insist on leaving, I won't stop you. However, before that, I think we need to find out how dangerous this place is. As for your so-called opportunities, it won't be too late to discuss them when we encounter them. Fantasizing about things that don't exist is meaningless. Those who wanted to leave had no choice but to accept Zi Chen's suggestion. This was because not only was Zi Chen the leader, but he was also extremely powerful. When facing such an expert, it was fine to resist appropriately. However, if they went overboard, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The first conflict was temporarily resolved. Zi Chen didn't explain the real situation here, nor did he say what dangers there would be. This was because Zi Chen didn't want to put too much pressure on everyone. "Let's go." Under Zi Chen's signal, everyone moved forward again. Everyone outside saw Zi Chen's actions. However, they didn't comment on Zi Chen's method of resolving the conflict. A cultivator was still searching on the jade slip projection when he suddenly saw a piece of information. His expression changed slightly as he said, "I once discovered a mountain rock in a place that has developed intelligence. Its level of danger can be ranked in the top 15 of the Nether Realm. A mountain rock that has developed intelligence. Is it a mountain soul? The old man asked. The records didn't explain it in detail, nor did they compare their combat strength. It's suspected to be a mountain spirit. Then inform them immediately, the old man said coldly. The cultivator nodded and then transmitted his voice through a secret technique. In the nether realm, a jade slip in Hammer's spiritual sea trembled slightly. Then a voice came from it. Be careful. There might be some danger in these mountains. Hammer immediately said when he heard the voice transmission. As soon as he spoke, a chain reaction seemed to have started. Black holes suddenly appeared at the foot of several mountains. An inexplicable force surged out from these black holes and silently enveloped the cultivators closest to them. These forces were like chains. After they wrapped around the cultivators, they dragged their bodies toward the black holes. Following that, several cries of surprise broke the silence. Save me! Some of the cultivators struggled and screamed as they fell back. Swish! Swish! With a flash of brilliance, sharp blades of light appeared and slashed at the power that was entangling the cultivators. However, these forces were like some kind of materialized divine binds. They were very tenacious. Many of the cultivators' attacks couldn't cut through them. Bursts of energy exploded, spreading throughout the area. The quiet atmosphere was instantly broken. More black holes appeared in various parts of the mountains. More energy light rushed out and shrouded the cultivators. Facing these black holes, the 100-man team panicked. During this time, Zichen attacked several times. He cut through the energy light and saved 1 or 2 people. However, it was useless. The more light he cut, the more light appeared. The number of black holes that were releasing light also increased. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Jean Qingqing shouted softly. Her body emitted a golden light. Her eyes were cold. She put her palms together and a sharp golden light appeared in front of her palms. The golden light was dazzling and turned into a golden sharp blade. The golden sharp blade was hundreds of meters long. As Jean Qingqing slashed down, the sharp blade also slashed forward. Puff! A towering mountain was cut open by the golden sharp blade. The towering mountain was cut into 2. A strange cry came from the mountain. It sounded like a scream. The mountain was cut open. The black holes that appeared outside the mountain disappeared one by one. The energy light that was released also dissipated immediately. It was useless to cut off the energy light. The only way was to break open the mountain and kill the existence inside. With Jean Qingqing's reminder, everyone came to their senses. A few of the titled experts flashed and rushed to the nearest mountain peak. The dark mantle and the others also flashed and followed. Whoosh! Zichen drew his blade. A glaring blade light appeared. The blade light split into 9 and pierced through the air. Crack! The blade light dissipated. A mountain was cut in the middle. The cut was neat and smooth, reflecting the light. The broken mountain was dead. An energy explosion was heard. A human cultivator suddenly rushed out from the place where the black hole had disappeared. His body was glowing and his energy was surging. His face was full of fear. He smiled gratefully at Zichen. Then he rushed to the other mountains. Everyone present was a powerhouse. Except for the initial panic, they completely controlled the situation in the following battle. Come and see this. Chapter 1498. The sole shadow in the ball of light was a small beast. The small beast was very ugly. It had a long nose, 2 long antennae on its head, large eyes, and a slightly ferocious face. It was just an energy body. However, this energy body seemed to have high intelligence. At this moment, its large eyes were staring at Zichen in horror. On its small face, there was a pleading expression. What is this? Zichen asked as he looked at the small beast in the ball of light. I don't know. I caught it from the depths of the mountain. It can merge with the mountain. Everything that happened just now seems to be this little thing's doing, Langway said as he weighed the ball of light in his hand. This little thing can control an entire mountain. Chen's face was filled with curiosity. At the same time, the people outside also saw the small beast in the ball of light. After one of the cultivators checked the information, he said, "It's indeed a mountain spirit. It's a kind of mountain spirit. It's not a mountain soul. It can be used as a refining material to improve the quality of royal weapons." The old man nodded. After pondering for a while, he said, "Tell them the true use of this thing. Also, tell them that if they catch one alive, they can exchange it for 500,000 luck points." Chen and Lang Wei were still studying the small beast when Zhong Chue walked over and said, "This is a mountain spirit. It's very useful for refining weapons. Each one can be exchanged for 500,000 luck points." Chen was surprised. Lang Wei exclaimed, "What? This guy is worth 500,000 luck points?" Zhong Chue nodded. Lang Wei was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch it." This place was filled with mountains. Looking at the scene in front of them, it was obvious that there was a small beast in every mountain. If each mountain was worth 500,000 luck points, then the wealth of this place was already over 100 million. If this wealth was accumulated on one person, it could be exchanged for a void tree. Lang Wei was very excited. He ran toward the mountain in the distance, like a stream of light. Chen rose into the air and looked down at the battlefield. He said loudly, "There are mountain spirits in these mountains. The dead ones are worthless. The living ones are worth 500,000 luck points." Cheers erupted from the battlefield. The crowd, who were already fighting with their lives on the line, became even more desperate. Chen stood in the air and looked down at the entire place. He didn't make a move to snatch the mountain spirits. Instead, his spiritual senses had already spread out and searched everywhere. If an accident were to occur, he would be able to provide support at the first instance due to his extreme speed. Like Chen, the three guides didn't make a move either. They were observing the entire area from the sky, monitoring every movement in the surroundings. Within a radius of tens of miles, hundreds of mountains of various sizes were quickly swept clean. With the disappearance of the mountain spirits, the towering mountain peaks collapsed in an instant. For a moment, rumbling sounds resounded in the area. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the earth trembled. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The mountain peak could still be clearly seen from dozens of miles away. However, no one stepped forward. Everyone returned after the mountain peak collapsed. They gathered together and no longer acted alone. When everyone returned, Chen descended from the sky. The three guides were still watching from the sky. Wu Xia stepped forward and said, "The casualties have been tallied. 2 are dead and 5 are injured." Chen nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd. Some of the people who were clamoring to leave lowered their heads in shame. These mountain spirits could be dealt with so quickly, partly because their combat strength wasn't too strong. However, the more important reason was that there were too many people present. When gathered together, they were powerful. If they acted alone and encountered a mountain spirit, they would only die. Chen scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "This time we only have a total of 102 people. The sacrifice of each person is a huge loss for us." There was silence all around. Many people looked ashamed. Chen continued, "Next, I hope that everyone can put in 120% effort and throw away the unrealistic fantasies in your minds. We're not looking for opportunities, but for survival. We've just arrived and we've already encountered mountain spirits. No one knows what will happen next, so don't be careless." After seeing how dense and terrifying the mountain spirits were, everyone naturally didn't want to leave. They all nodded. The injured have 15 minutes to heal. After 15 minutes, we'll continue. After Chen finished speaking, he turned around and flew away. Obviously, he was going to check the surroundings. The injured people were grateful and ashamed. After 15 minutes, the group set off again. Outside, the old man looked at the group and said, Tell them to try their best to clear out all the mountain spirits along the way." Not far away, a middle-aged man heard this and said hesitantly, "If we clear out all the mountain spirits, it will definitely cause some commotion. I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of those people. There are too many mountain spirits. This isn't normal. I suspect that it's a backup plan. If we don't get rid of them, it will be a disaster. Tell them to be careful and try their best to clear them out." The old man insisted. After receiving the message, Zhong Chue discussed with Ba Dao and Shan Lei. Shan Lei turned into a ray of light and flew to the left, while Ba Dao flew to the right. "What are second brother Ba Dao and third brother Shan Lei doing?" Zi Chen asked, puzzled. "They're going to check if there's any danger. Our people will deal with these mountain spirits," Zhong Chue said. "Deal with them all." Zi Chen asked, "Try your best." Zhong Chue nodded. Each mountain peak represented one mountain spirit, and each mountain spirit represented 500,000 luck points. There were many mountains here, so there were many mountain spirits, which represented even more luck points. After Zi Chen passed down the order to deal with all the mountain spirits, everyone was naturally happy to collect them. In the group, except for Zi Chen, everyone was busy breaking through the mountains to capture the mountain spirits. Zi Chen released his spiritual senses in the air to check for possible dangers. "Zi Chen, why don't you go? With your skills, you've probably gotten 10 million luck points." Lang Wei shouted from afar. Zi Chen smiled and shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't go. Indeed, with extreme speed and combat strength, if Zi Chen wanted to get more luck points, he would have gotten more than 10 million. However, in Zi Chen's heart, these people's lives were more important. A mere 10 million luck points couldn't compare to a life. The following journey was destined to be full of danger. With one more person alive, they would have more combat strength. With more combat strength, they would have a higher chance of returning home. Swoosh! While they were cleaning up the mountain spirits, a black hole suddenly appeared on a steep mountain peak. Energy light rushed out of the black hole and swept toward a cultivator. This cultivator was already in the second realm. During this time, he had captured many mountain spirits. His combat strength wasn't weak, and he had experience in capturing. He snorted coldly and his body glowed. A powerful force was released from his body. This force was like a tide, surging out and forming an impact force. This sudden burst of impact force was able to shake off these forces. The force surged in all directions. A cold smile appeared on the cultivator's face. His body flashed, and he was about to escape from the black hole's control. He had tried this move many times. The energy couldn't do anything to him. However, this time, something unexpected happened. The vibrating energy tide didn't stop the energy light from the black hole at all. This force was even more tenacious and faster. It broke through the waves and wrapped around the cultivator's body in an instant. Then the cultivator felt that the speed of the energy circulating around his body slowed down. His combat strength instantly decreased by 80%, and the remaining 20% couldn't do anything to this force. His expression changed instantly, and he cursed inwardly. His body was dragged toward the black hole by the energy. He wanted to scream, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. It was as if something was stuck in his throat. The cultivator was in despair because he couldn't shout. This place was relatively remote, and it was difficult to find help. At this moment, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. It seemed that a light flashed past him. Immediately after, he felt his body relax, but the energy light surrounding his body had already disappeared. The cultivator raised his head and saw back. The back looked very thin, but it was extremely majestic. The cultivator recognized that it was Zi Chen's back. It was Zi Chen who had saved him. His face was filled with gratitude, and he was about to thank him. However, in the next moment, a light appeared in front of him. The light was so dazzling that the cultivator couldn't help but close his eyes. Under the light, Zi Chen's figure became taller and more majestic. Wherever the light passed, the mountain peak in front of him was cut open. The mountain spirit in the middle was killed by Zichen. After being saved by Zichen, the cultivator didn't have time to thank him. He saw that Zichen was no longer in front of him. Looking back, he saw that Zichen was still standing in the air, overlooking the whole place and monitoring it. Suppressing the gratitude in his heart, the cultivator turned and rushed toward the second mountain peak. This time, he was obviously more careful. Lang Wei, go to the fifth mountain peak on your right. Man Shi, go to the second mountain peak in front of you. Wu Xia, go to the left. Wu Shuanggo. In the sky, Zichen looked down at the whole place. During this time, he made 3 moves and saved 3 cultivators. After making 3 moves, Zichen was also sensing the uniqueness of the mountain peak. Gradually, he found some clues and began to command Manshur and the others to take action. Those mountains were very strange and tall. The mountain spirits inside were also very strong. Many cultivators were careless and fell into their trap. Fortunately, Zichen discovered it in time. As they moved forward, more and more powerful mountain spirits appeared. In the end, Zichen had to call a few tidal ones and let them guard the surroundings. Once they discovered something unusual, they would be ready to rescue at any time. As for the others, they became more careful. Along the way, they caught more and more mountain spirits. Everyone's cooperation became better. It was worth mentioning that except for a few injured cultivators, no cultivators died. Along the way, the 2 beast tamers were the most relaxed. One of them was Yi Ming and the other was Dongqing. The 2 of them rarely killed anyone. They only let their spiritual senses enter the mountains and then used special methods to capture the mountain spirits. Chapter 1499. It was normal for a mountain peak to block their path. Along the way, they had not seen anything other than mountains. However, the mountain peak in front of them was too eye-catching. To be precise, it was not a mountain peak, but an irregular pillar. It was the pillar that held up the sky. Everyone looked up, but they could not see the peak of the mountain at all. It was like a pillar that held up the sky. Such a huge mountain peak. How strong is the mountain spirit inside? Man sure looked up at the peak and sighed. Maybe it can't be called a mountain spirit anymore. Tianming looked at the mountain peak in front of them and said, if it's not a mountain spirit, what should it be called? Wu Xia was puzzled. It can be called a king of mountain spirits or an awakened mountain spirit. SHN Tiandao's eyes gradually became serious. The mountain spirits we met along the way had their consciousness protected by a force. I couldn't control them. Maybe the source of that force is here. Dongqing's clear voice sounded not far away. Force protection? Zichen looked back, puzzled. Dongqing nodded, her beautiful eyes full of confidence. Then she said, this is just my guess, but I'm sure that without the protection of that force, I can try to control some mountain spirits. When Dongqing finished speaking, everyone was surprised. It was true that a beast tamer could control beasts, but those mountain spirits were not battle beasts. This sentence was transmitted to the outside world. The old man said decisively, tell them to think of a way to kill this big guy. Once you control these mountain spirits, your strength will increase greatly. The old man's order was unnecessary. In this matter, Zichen naturally had his own plans and would not miss it. Retreat, retreat quickly. Zichen's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. Everyone, including Zichen, retreated backward. Man Shi, Wu Xia, SHN Tiandao. You guys go and clean up the other mountain spirits in the surroundings. Be careful. Zichen began to call out names. There were dangers everywhere in this place. Whether or not they could make it out alive was another matter altogether. Zichen was not one to be pretentious. He directly called out the names of the few who had the title and gave orders as the leader. Dark Mantle, Qingqing, Wu Shuang, you guys go too. The names that Zichen pointed out were the ones with the highest combat strength in the group. These people were obviously more efficient and less dangerous. Everyone, including the Dark Mantle, nodded and flew in all directions. As for Shantian and the others, they had already left. Seeing that Zichen's orders were carried out so easily, and seeing that all the titled individuals obeyed Zichen's orders, the others were surprised. Their admiration for Zichen grew, and they no longer had any thoughts of disloyalty. Jin Ming, Golden Gorilla, Xiongba, the 9 of you follow him. Be careful. Zichan was still taking attendance. Outside of this towering mountain, there were other mountain peaks. Although these mountain peaks did not reach the sky, they were still much taller than the ones they encountered along the way. They required experts to deal with them. Hammer and the other 2 did not make a move along the way, even if there were several human cultivators in life-threatening situations. Although the 3 of them did not say it, Zichan could guess that the 3 of them did not leave them in the lurch. They were probably under some kind of restriction. The result of making a move would definitely be greater than the result of saving people. Mountain peaks were broken open by force, and mountain spirits were captured one after another. Shantian and the others carried out Zichen's mission perfectly. Rumbling sounds continued to sound, and mountain peaks disappeared one after another. Under the rumbling sounds, the giant mountain peak in front did not have the slightest reaction. It stood between heaven and earth, like a pillar supporting the sky. The mountain spirits around were quickly cleaned up. The mountain peak, which was already conspicuous, stood alone, like a pillar supporting the sky. Everyone gathered, and their eyes were fixed on the mountain peak in front of them. Their next target was naturally that mountain peak. Before Zichen and the others could make the first move, 5 black holes suddenly appeared at the bottom of the mountain. Thick, chain-like energy shot out from the 5 black holes, heading towards the 5 people in front of the group. Swoosh! Swoosh! The light was very fast, so fast that no one could react, or it could be said that there was no time to react. The 5 people in front were directly enveloped by the light and were entangled by the chains. Among them were Zichen and the other 4 titled cultivators. As the light was entangled, Zichen and the others felt their strength drain away. This move was very similar to the demon ape of the Tianwu continent, but it was relatively weaker. If one was enveloped by the demon ape's move, their strength would be completely drained in an instant. As the power was greatly weakened, the chains dragged the 5 people toward the 5 black holes. Seeing this scene, everyone's face was filled with shock. Buzz. Energy vibrated. Jin Qingqing's entire body was enveloped by a golden light. The golden light was dazzling and contained an extremely strong destructive power. This power surged on the surface of Jin Qingqing's body. After that, it formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The entangled light was instantly shaken away from Jin Qingqing's body. Then, a sharp golden light flashed, and the light that shot out from the black holes was instantly cut in half. Jin Qingqing successfully escaped the envelopment of the energy light and stood in the air, her body shining with a dazzling golden light. She was the first to break free. After that, it was Hidden Mist Shadow's turn. His entire body was enveloped by the light, and his body was like an illusion. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. The light that enveloped him directly passed through Hidden Mist Shadow's illusory body. Then Hidden Mist Shadow, who had materialized, raised his hand and shot out a beam of light that shattered the light. Next was Fortune Teller. He just pointed at the energy light a few times, and the energy light began to twitch, forming a tight encirclement. Immediately, Fortune Teller's body flashed out. Boom! On the other side, Xindao forcefully shattered the energy light. His figure stood in the air, tall and straight. Under the rough linen clothes, he had a resolute and firm temperament. The 4 of them had their own methods, and one by one, they broke free from the energy encirclement. This scene amazed everyone, and they all thought that it was no wonder they were titled cultivators. Each of their methods were extraordinary, but soon everyone strangely found that one person was missing. The energy light had enveloped 5 people, but at this moment, only 4 of them had escaped. Apart from the 4 titled cultivators, only the leader, Zichen, was left. Everyone felt that something was wrong. They looked over and saw that Zichen was being enveloped by the light and was being pulled toward the black hole. Such a scene caused everyone to cry out in surprise. One had to know that Zichen had shown absolute strength before, and this strength was not weaker than a titled cultivator. But now all the titled cultivators had escaped, so why was Zichen still unable to break free? Could it be that Zichen's strength was restrained by this energy? Everyone was puzzled. Even when Zichen disappeared into the black hole, they still did not see Zichen break free. "Save him!" a cultivator shouted. He raised his hand and struck out a force. After this force appeared, it turned into a giant blade and slashed at the mountain in front of them. Clang! The giant blade slashed at the mountain, and there was a loud clang and sparks flew. This strike only left a white mark on a rock on the mountain peak. Such a defense made many people's expressions change. Then the others attacked. Clang after clang sounded, and few people could break the mountain rocks. Looking at this scene, Shantian shook his head and sighed. "In this aspect, I am indeed not as good as Zichen." Fortune Teller nodded and said, "Zichen's wisdom is outstanding. I can't help but admire him." The shadow in the mist looked at the disappearing black hole and said, knowing that he can't break it from the outside, he decisively went inside. Such courage is deeply admirable. The more time they spent with Zichen, the more they felt that Zichen was mysterious. For a long time, even Fortune Teller could not see through Zichen, nor could he predict Zichen's future. As for the deduction and variables mentioned before, it was purely Fortune Teller's nonsense. That was because they saw the nervousness in Zichen's heart, and they just wanted to make Zichen feel better. The mountain blocking the way was undoubtedly the biggest problem they had encountered. The few titled ones had already seen the uniqueness of the mountain and its strong defense. It was simply unrealistic to break this mountain from the outside. They could only do it from the inside. But before that, they felt that they needed to discuss who should go in. But they did not expect Zichen to go in so decisively. Hammer and the other 2 were silent. Someone must go in, and Zichen went in. This was a relatively perfect answer. Outside, when everyone saw Zichen go in, they also fell into silence. Next, they would be like the people inside, unable to see what was going on inside. They could only wait quietly. The energy light disappeared with Zichen. Perhaps it was because they felt Zichen's strength and terror. The other 4 black holes also disappeared. The energy light dragged Zichen in. During this time, the light kept wriggling, like a giant python or a tight chain, trying to break Zichen's body. At the same time, there was a strange power surging above the energy light. This power wanted to devour the power in Zichen's body. Zichen's expression was calm. He retracted all his power and let the energy chains do whatever they wanted. But Zichen's body was like a solid iron block. After the energy chains wrapped around Zichen, they reached a limit and could no longer shrink. As for absorbing power, that was even more impossible. Zichen did not have any power to dissipate, so how could he absorb it? Unable to do anything to Zichen, the energy chains could only bring Zichen into the depths of the mountain. It was a huge space with smooth mountain walls on all sides. It was like a cage. Dots of light shone from above, giving the dark cage a little luster, making it dim. Arriving at this place that seemed to be a cage, Zichen's expression was still calm. On the surface of Zichen's body, the energy chains were still wrapping around him. "You're the leader of the humans, but you're nothing much." An indifferent voice suddenly rang out from this space. Next, wave after wave of energy appeared from all directions and converged on Zichen. Under the encirclement of these energies, Zichen's surroundings instantly turned into an airtight energy sphere. The energy chains wrapped around him were still wriggling and taut. Zichen was now completely immobile. Chapter 1500. The figure that appeared glowed, illuminating the entire space. It was an enlarged mountain spirit. It was ugly, but it had a physical body. Its face was very small, and it had a long, pointed nose. Its large, uncoordinated eyes were staring at Zichen, who was trapped by the energy. A cruel light flashed in its eyes from time to time. When it appeared, the entire space was filled with a heavy and oppressive aura. It was as if a huge mountain was floating above their heads. You are the leader of the humans. The physical mountain spirit tilted its head and looked at Zichen. There was no emotion in its voice. You know me. Even though he was trapped by the energy, Zichen's voice was still calm. You commanded others to capture many of my people along the way. Of course I know you. There was a hint of mockery in the physical mountain spirit's eyes. Your every move is under my watch. If I wanted to, your whereabouts would have been exposed to others. Zichen's calm voice sounded again. But you didn't expose our identities. You are very smart. I didn't expose you because I am confident that I can deal with you and kill all of you. The physical mountain spirit's voice was full of confidence. Your physical defense is pretty decent. However, if you're so confident that you'll be able to take care of me with just your physical defense, then you're gravely mistaken. While it's true that you've taken the initiative to enter this place, it's also true that I've deliberately lured you in. As soon as it finished speaking, an earthy yellow sharp blade appeared in front of the physical mountain spirit. The sharp blade emitted a cold light and pierced toward Zichen, who was enveloped by the energy. The energy moved aside like a spirit snake. A round hole that could only accommodate a sharp blade appeared and went straight for Zichen's heart. The sharp blade pierced through the round hole. Lightning flashed. The sharp blade stopped an inch away from Zichen's heart. Zichen used 2 fingers to clamp the sharp blade. His expression was still calm. This move is useless against me, Zichen said calmly. A cold snort echoed from all directions. In the space there was a bright light. Suddenly, dozens of physical mountain spirits appeared. These physical mountain spirits each held a sharp blade and stabbed toward Zichen from all directions. Boom! Feeling a sense of danger, Zichen's body released lightning as a powerful energy rippled out. A berserk energy formed a shockwave that blasted out in all directions. This power vibrated 3 times in an instant, and the energy entangling Zichen was instantly broken. Like a broken rope, it flew in all directions. Die! A cold shout came from Zichen's mouth. A scabbard appeared in his hand, and he pulled it out in an instant. A circular blade light appeared and dispersed in all directions. A chilling aura swept through the entire space. Pooh! Pooh! With this slash, the physical mountain spirits around Zichen that were parallel to him were all killed. However, there were other mountain spirits coming from different directions. While Zichen was defending, he attacked again and again until all the physical mountain spirits were killed. Not bad. It seems that killing you is a little troublesome. In his line of sight, there was no longer a physical mountain spirit. However, the physical mountain spirit had not died yet. It floated in the air above the space, looking down at Zichen with a mocking expression. Die! A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Like a bolt of cold lightning, he shot toward the physical mountain spirit above him. However, just as he was about to leap into the air, Zichen felt a piercing pain coming from his calf. As he lowered his head, he saw a sharp blade that had pierced through his calf at some point in time. Beside the blade was another mountain spirit with a physical body. With a flash of the blade in Zichen's hand, he killed his opponent. The physical mountain spirit was killed in one blow, and even the blade disappeared. However, the wound on Zichen's calf was still there. The physical mountain spirit appeared silently. For a moment, even Zichen could not tell which was the physical mountain spirit and which was the doppelganger. Gold and silver light flashed in his eyes as he tried to distinguish between the physical mountain spirit and the doppelganger. At the same time, he unsheathed the long blade in his hand and killed one physical mountain spirit after another. However, these were all doppelganger. Haha, it's useless. Along with a sneer, a physical mountain spirit appeared and broke through Zi Chen's defense with one blow. The moment Zi Chen broke through the defense, he killed his opponent. However, immediately after, another sharp blade appeared from the side and pierced Zi Chen's shoulder. Laughter sounded again. The physical mountain spirit appeared again and launched another sharp attack. This physical mountain spirit's understanding of doppelgangers had reached a godly level. Even Zi Chen was fooled by it. As the battle continued, more and more wounds appeared on Zi Chen's body. Blood kept flowing out from the wounds. During this time, Zi Chen also caught the physical mountain spirit several times and injured it to a certain extent. The physical mountain spirit floated in the air and looked down at Zi Chen. Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the physical mountain spirit with a cold gaze. There was a short pause in the battle. It's meaningless to continue fighting like this. Why don't we kill him with one blow? The physical mountain spirit above smiled malevolently at Zi Chen. In Zi Chen's cold eyes, there was also a hint of madness. He said coldly, deciding life and death with one strike. This is my favorite. Okay. There seemed to be a trace of admiration in the physical mountain spirit's eyes. However, this admiration was instantly replaced by coldness. Its body glowed and swooped down. Its body split into two into four, into 8. In the blink of an eye, dozens of physical mountain spirits appeared. Moreover, these physical mountain spirits all looked real. Even the yin-yang eye could not distinguish the real from the fake. Zi Chen could not distinguish them. Fortunately, he did not distinguish them. He directly closed his eyes. After closing his eyes and withdrawing his defense, Zi Chen looked like he had given up on resisting and was waiting for death to come. The dozens of physical mountain spirits all laughed maliciously. Then they attacked Zi Chen together. Puff! Puff! Zi Chen's body was pierced by sharp blades. However, he was like a wooden man. He was unmoved. Even his expression did not change. A sharp blade came right after and pierced towards Zi Chen's heart. Zi Chen, who was unmoved, opened his eyes instantly. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slashed at the owner of the sharp blade. Swoosh! The drawing technique was as fast and powerful as ever. Under the flash of the blade, the physical mountain spirit was cut apart along with its weapon. The sinister laughter in the surroundings disappeared after the physical mountain spirit was cut apart. The other physical mountain spirits in the surroundings also disappeared. The surroundings became empty again. Zi Chen had successfully killed the physical mountain spirit, but the attacks from the doppelgangers were still there. Zi Chen's body was covered in wounds, and he began to cough up blood. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss or because of his serious injuries, Zi Chen could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. His face was already devoid of color. His injuries were very serious. His breathing became rapid, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Haha, I still won. A life and death blow. I like it. Laughing loudly, Zi Chen coughed violently again. His injuries were getting worse. After laughing and coughing for a long time, Zi Chen slowly raised his head. Looking at the space, he could not help but be confused. The mountain spirit is already dead. Why hasn't this place opened yet? Zi Chen fell to the ground, weak and powerless. He did not notice that in another place there was a pair of cruel eyes staring at him. Moreover, they had been staring at him for a long time. Just as Zi Chen's puzzled voice sounded, the pair of cruel eyes changed. In addition to cruelty, there was a hint of mockery. Do you really think that you killed the owner of this place? A emotionless voice sounded. Who is it? Zi Chen's pupils constricted and his expression changed instantly. He looked around, but because his movements were too big, it affected his wounds. A painful expression appeared on his face. Of course, it's the owner of this place. The voice sounded again. An oppressive aura appeared in this space. This aura was like a mountain. The heavily injured Zi-Chin was directly pressed to the ground by this aura. A figure appeared. His appearance was still that of a physical mountain spirit, but the aura around him was stronger. Moreover, this person clearly had the aura of a superior being. Zi-Chen's face was already pale. After seeing this figure, it became even paler. Without any explanation, Zi-Chen guessed that this person was the true owner of this mountain. This person was the true king. As for the original one, it was at most a clone. The physical mountain spirit king floated in the air and looked down at Zi-Chen. He said, disdainfully, I always thought that it would be an extremely powerful human team, so I was very careful. I didn't expect that the people who came were so weak. As the leader, you should be the strongest, but this little bit of strength is not worth mentioning. The mountain spirit king shook his head with a look of mockery and disdain. Under the immense pressure, Zi-Chen's injuries were worsening. His face was extremely pale. Seeing this king, Zi-Chen's eyes were filled with despair. Your ultimate goal is to enter the depths and find trouble with those battle spirits. Unfortunately, you will never be able to reach there, the mountain spirit king said coldly. Zi-Chen was already in despair, but he did not beg for mercy. You can beg me. Maybe I will be happy and let you go, the mountain spirit king said again. In your dreams. Zi-Chen, who was in despair, was still very stubborn. The mountain spirit king snorted disdainfully and said, I knew that you humans are all like this. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After killing you, I will kill the others. I will not let you be alone. The mountain spirit king had already seen that Zi-Chen was at the end of his rope. Fortunately, it had let down its guard and slowly descended. But did it really let down its guard? Humans were too cunning. Even though Zi-Chen looked like he was about to die, the mountain spirit still had a trace of caution in its heart. Therefore, when it was 3 meters away from Zi-Chen, it stopped and looked down at Zi-Chen mockingly. Zi-Chen, who was in despair a moment ago, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes. They were as bright as the bright Xingqian. A powerful aura was released from Zi-Chen's body. Chapter 1501. Lightning flashed around its body, and its eyes were as bright as Xingqian's. Its powerful aura enveloped the entire space. This aura was even stronger and more ferocious than the mountain spirit king's. It was like an awakened primordial beast. Such a person seemed to be heavily injured and could die at any moment. Cunning human. Astonishment flashed across the mountain spirit king's face. It instantly reacted and became angry from embarrassment, gnashing its teeth. Zi-Chen looked at the mountain spirit king and sneered, Cunning mountain spirit! How did you know that I was hiding my true body? The mountain spirit king was furious and asked unwillingly. At this moment, it felt that the space around it was filled with a powerful pressure. This pressure made it unable to breathe, and it also made it unable to move. It was just like how it had suppressed the human to the ground. But now everything was reversed. The human had the upper hand. As for the mountain spirit king, its kingly aura had already disappeared under this pressure. Zi-Chen looked at the mountain spirit king and laughed mockingly. I want to say that I guessed. Do you believe me? Zi-Chen's obvious bleeding wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the bleeding stopped, then scabs formed. Then the scabs fell off, and the white wounds were as good as new. After refining the spiritual domain core and perfect domain seed, Zi-Chen could be said to be number 1 among his peers. Apart from combat strength, Zi-Chen, with his perfect physique, was naturally number 1 in terms of defense. If it wasn't intentional, it would be impossible for the mountain spirit king to break through his defense. However, if it used its strongest power right from the start, Zi-Chen would only be able to kill the mountain spirit king's physical body. That was at most a clone. After seeing Zi Chen's strength, the Mountain Spirit King wouldn't appear. The other party was very cunning, but it was as timid as a mouse and was very cautious. The Mountain Spirit King glared at Zi Chen with bitter resentment. His tried and tested moves against a battle spirit had actually failed against a human. Compared to battle spirits, humans were indeed more cunning. Guessing was naturally impossible. Zi Chen was able to detect the Mountain Spirit King's true body through his spiritual senses. His spiritual senses were said to be perfect, without any flaws, so he could sense even the slightest difference. Just as the black hole appeared, Zi Chen felt a powerful force. The source of this force was none other than the Mountain Spirit King. It enveloped 5 powerful existences at once, and it definitely required the Mountain Spirit King to personally take action. However, as the others escaped one after another, and Zi Chen was brought to this place, the power displayed by the physical mountain spirit was slightly weaker than that. It was only slightly weaker, and it was very difficult for others to sense it. Only those with perfect spiritual senses could distinguish it. After pondering for a moment, Zi Chen understood what had happened. That was why he had shown weakness in the previous battle. So what if you draw out my true body? You can kill me. The Mountain Spirit King's expression turned cold. Its body began to tremble as traces of power appeared. It began to struggle. Zi Chen shook his head. Of course I can't kill you, because I never intended to. What do you mean? The Mountain Spirit King was stunned. Although your combat strength is not strong, you are still useful. I plan to subdue you, Zi Chen said calmly. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? You must be dreaming. The Mountain Spirit King said coldly as it struggled even harder. However, while it was struggling, it realized that its connection with its true body had disappeared. It was similar to how a human soul could not sense its own physical body. Stop struggling. It's useless. If you can escape from here, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Zi Chen smiled mockingly. The Mountain Spirit King raised its head and saw that there was another space in the space that originally belonged to it. This space was very small, only 3 meters wide. However, it was like an independent world that was isolated from the outside world. You! The Mountain Spirit King's expression changed instantly. There was finally fear in its eyes. Zi Chen smiled coldly and sat cross-legged in the 3-meter space. His perfect spiritual senses left his mind and probed the Mountain Spirit King's soul. This was the main reason why Zi Chen chose to come here. Zi Chen had learned how to control souls from Longhu. Outside the mountain, everyone was waiting patiently after knowing Zi Chen's intention. However, the waiting time was a little too long. The mountain was still dead silent. There was not much energy fluctuation during this period. Everyone's expression gradually became uneasy. Outside, a group of battle spirits from the Tongyu Tower were also staring at the mountain. They were all under great pressure. As the leader of Zi Chen's team, his combat strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the group. If Zi Chen died here, there was no need for them to continue the rest of the journey. Why isn't he out yet? Even the calm old man who knew a little about Zi Chen had a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. It was not that he did not believe in Zi Chen. On the contrary, he was very confident in Zi Chen after witnessing the consumption of Zi Chen's cultivation. He even had full confidence in the journey. He was not afraid that Zi Chen's strength was not enough, but he was worried that Zi Chen would be careless. A careless mistake at a crucial moment could result in immeasurable losses. Outside the mountain, the cultivators who had been waiting for 2 days had anxious and worried expressions on their faces. No one dared to imagine the consequences if Qin Nan did not come out for 2 days. Luckily, the mountain did not attack them. Otherwise, they would be in despair. Zi Chen will be fine. While everyone was feeling uneasy after not showing up for 2 days, Shang Guanhong was confident in Zi Chen. Dong Qing nodded gently. There was no worry in her eyes or face. She also believed in Zi Chen. Zi Chen is very lucky. Zi Chen has been able to pass through many fatal situations. A mere mountain can't do anything to Zi Chen. Man sure curled his lips in disdain. He was not worried that something would happen to Zi Chen. The twins and Wu Xia were the same. Seeing that Zi Chen's friends were all confident in Zi Chen, the anxiety in the others' hearts gradually dissipated. Just like that, everyone waited for another 2 days. Zi Chen still did not appear. 4 days. There's been no movement for 4 days. Could something have happened to Zi Chen? Someone frowned and had a bad feeling. It's hard to say. It's been 4 days, but the mountain hasn't attacked again. Someone was not concerned, but there's still no movement. Could it be that they died together? If they died together, then the mountain should have disappeared. Most of the cultivators' trust in Zi Chen ended here. All kinds of guesses followed one after another. There were even some cultivators who wanted to see the world in chaos and suggested that a new leader should be chosen. "Shut up, all of you!" An angry roar sounded. It came from Ba Dao, who was in the sky. As guides, the 3 battle spirits had not made a single move. However, this did not stop the group from revering them. After Ba Dao finished speaking, the discussions behind him also disappeared. Ba Dao looked around and said coldly, "The only leader here is Zi Chen, and he can only be Zi Chen. If Zi Chen is alive, everyone will still have a chance to live. If Zi Chen is dead, then you can forget about ever going back." Although no one knew whether it was true or not. After hearing this, the crowd was still in an uproar. Facing the confused crowd, Ba Dao clearly had no intention of explaining. He just smiled coldly and said, "Now you'd better pray that Zi Chen is still alive. Otherwise, you'll all be buried together with Zi Chen." The expressions of the people who were still discussing animatedly and making sarcastic remarks became very ugly. They no longer muttered carelessly, as if they were really praying for Zi Chen to come out alive. Logically speaking, he should have come out long ago. "There must be a reason why he hasn't returned yet," Hammer said. There was no nervousness or worry in his voice. "You seem to have a lot of confidence in Zi Chen," Shanlei teased. "Along the way, other than being surprised by Zi Chen's combat strength, I also admire his intelligence. Putting aside his combat strength, there is no one present who can surpass Zi Chen in terms of intelligence. Even if you beat me to death, I will not believe that he will be buried here due to his carelessness." Hammer laughed. "In that case, let's wait for him to come out and see what he's up to," Shanlei said casually. Wang. Suddenly, a light tremble sounded. The tremble came from the front, from the mountain peak that seemed to be supporting the sky. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. They all looked forward. Then they saw a big black hole. They were very familiar with this big hole. It was the unique attack of the mountain peak. Seeing this big hole again, everyone fell into despair. "Impossible." Shang Guanhong's beautiful eyes widened. "This is impossible. How could anything happen to Zi Chen?" Dong Qing also had a face of disbelief. Similarly, Man Shi and the others also looked at the black hole in disbelief. The expressions of the few titled people also changed. A stunned expression appeared on the faces of Zhong Chue and the other 2. Could it be that Zi Chen was really dead? When the people outside saw the black hole, they were all dumbfounded. Dead. Zi Chen was really dead. Those who had a grudge against Zi Chen should be happy to see this result. However, at this moment, not only were they not happy, but they also had a look of despair on their faces. Zi Chen was dead. They would not be able to get out alive. They would be buried with Zi Chen. That damned Zi Chen. He's dead, and he still wants to drag me down with him. In the crowd, Yiming cursed in his heart with a look of despair. Dead? How is this possible? Destiny Teller and the others looked at each other, all dumbfounded. They had personally experienced the power of the black hole. Although it was very powerful, it should not be able to kill Zi Chen. Not to mention Zi Chen. Even if they entered, they might not die. However, this was the truth. When the black hole appeared, rays of energy light appeared. Next, it enveloped everyone and dragged them out. Wait, where were the rays of energy? Finally, someone noticed something strange. Although the black hole appeared, there were no rays of energy light. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the black hole. The rays of energy light appeared, but it did not attack. Instead, it appeared with a person. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Then, an apologetic voice came from the person's mouth. Chapter 1502. Since the one who spoke was Zichen, the one who came out was naturally Zichen, and it could only be Zichen. The energy that was originally wrapped around Zichen once again intertwined, forming an energy platform that slowly carried Zichen out. Looking at Zichen's relaxed expression, everyone's faces were filled with shock. What was going on? Being carried out by energy? Confusion appeared on the shocked crowd's faces. They did not understand what Zichen was up to. It seemed that the mountain spirit inside was not dead. But if it was not dead, why did it not attack Zichen and instead sent Zichen out? No one would believe that the two were friends. They would not believe that they were relatives. The only possibility was that Zichen had beaten the mountain spirit into submission. But what was the use of it? This mountain spirit was so big that it was definitely a king. Once it was caught, it would probably be able to be exchanged for more luck points. It would be a huge loss to just beat it up and not kill it. Everyone was puzzled, but their tense hearts relaxed because of Zichen's appearance. Zichen was still alive, so they did not have to be buried with him. Yiming, who originally disliked Zichen, actually felt a rare sense of familiarity when he saw Zichen smiling faintly. However, he quickly came to his senses and spat on the ground. This feeling of familiarity made him feel disgusted. Shangguan Hong and the others stepped forward. Relatively speaking, they were not surprised. They had always believed that Zichen would be fine. A few people stepped forward and nodded at Zichen with a smile. What happened? Why did it take you so long to come out? The three guides descended from the sky. Something good happened, so there was a delay. Zichen smiled apologetically. Good thing. Everyone could not help but be curious. One had to know that Zichen rarely said the word good thing. Moreover, with everyone's current strength and experience, a good thing was naturally not a bottle of good wine or a piece of good meat, because this kind of thing was not a good thing. Looking at the smug smile on Zichen's face rather than the apologetic one, it was obvious that this was a good thing. Zichen turned his head and looked at the towering mountain peak. The smile on his face didn't fade as he said in a low voice, "Collect." The word withdraw was not loud, but it was transmitted into everyone's ears. Naturally, it was also transmitted into the mountain peak. In fact, Zichen was just showing off. If he had kept a low profile, he could have done it with just a thought. Everyone's eyes fell on Zichen in the next moment. Their expressions were puzzled, or perhaps they had guessed something, but they didn't dare to believe it. Rumble. The ground began to tremble violently, and everyone was unable to stabilize themselves. Rumble. The earth shook again, and many people began to sway. Rumble, rumble. The earth continued to tremble, sweeping up the surrounding space energy. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Many people had no choice but to retreat because of the swirling qi. As they retreated rapidly, their bodies also retreated continuously as they looked at the sky in horror. The shaking of the heavens and earth was caused by the towering mountain peak. The collapse of the heavens and earth was also caused by the mountain peak. All of these movements were caused by the towering mountain peak. At this moment, under the shocked and horrified expressions of the cultivators, the towering mountain peak was actually shrinking bit by bit. The peak of the mountain peak, which was originally not visible, was now showing its tip like a sharp thorn. Shrinking, the mountain peak is shrinking. Leader Zichen just said, "Withdraw," and the mountain peak shrank. Could it be? Could it be? Leader Zichen has subdued this mountain spirit? Voices filled with shock continuously sounded from behind. Next to Zichin, the eyes of Manshur and the others began to light up, and they couldn't suppress the joy on their faces. As for the few titled individuals or existences that were equivalent to titled individuals, their expressions became extremely interesting. It really is an unforeseen event. It really is an unforeseen event. Hammer sighed and said, "If we knew this would happen, we would have waited a few more days. It's just a few days, not long at all." Shanley nodded repeatedly and said, "It really isn't long, it really isn't long." In the outside world, the people who had been nervous for the past few days were completely relieved. "This kid is really unexpected." The old man sighed again and again, but there was a hint of joy on his face. "That's right. Originally, I wanted them to work together to get rid of this big guy. Who would have thought that he would go in alone? And when he came out again, he had actually subdued this big guy. This is truly, I am speechless." Another old man who looked to be in his prime said excitedly, "This Zichin really has unlimited potential. No wonder he used so many resources just to break through to the next realm." The others also couldn't suppress the joy on their faces. This joy was partly because Zichin had subdued the mountain spirit, but more importantly, it was because Zichin had made it out alive. One had to know that the leader, Zichin, had entered the underworld with an important mission. Ba Dao was right. If Zichin died, the others could forget about coming back. Among the group, the old man was the most pleased. However, he suddenly thought of a question, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. This Zichin, he could have killed this big guy, but why didn't he kill it? Instead, he subdued it. Could it be? There was a hint of realization in the old man's eyes, but there was also a hint of disbelief, causing his expression to change drastically. The people present had never seen such a change in the old man's expression before, and they were all very surprised. Someone asked, but the old man interrupted him. He waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything, let's watch first." Amidst the rumbling, the towering mountain shrunk to the size of a palm, then flew in front of Zichin, and was held by Zichin's palm. The people gathered curiously and looked at this big guy. "You subdued this guy. What use does it have?" Manshur tilted his head and asked as he sized up the palm-sized mountain. Zichin smiled and said, "Of course it's useful. It can be used as a weapon. I guarantee that it can kill a battle spirit with one strike. At a critical moment, it can also hold up the sky and guarantee that it won't be smashed to death." The last sentence was obviously a joke, and it caused a burst of laughter. Zichin's expression became serious, and he said seriously, "With it, our chances of survival will increase by 20%. The three guides' expressions changed, and Ba Dao asked, "Why do you say that?" Zichin weighed the mountain in his hand, then looked at a mountain at the end of his line of sight, and said in a low voice, "Subdue." After he said that, the scene of the mountain shaking did not appear, but everyone's eyes were wide open, and their expressions were even more exaggerated than before. The mountain that Zichin was looking at disappeared into thin air after Zichin said that. "It's gone." Was it subdued? The mountain was subdued by Zichin. When the crowd turned around and looked at the mountain again, their expressions became very surprised, and their eyes began to shine as if they were looking at a rare treasure. "Subdue, subdue." Zichin held the mountain in his hand like a naughty child, and said to the other mountains in his line of sight, "Swish, swish." There was no flash of light. However, the two mountains disappeared into thin air. After testing it 3 times, Zichin explained with a smile, "It's the king of the mountain spirits, and it controls a group of subordinates. Now, this group of subordinates is under my control. Along the way, all of our movements were monitored by it, and none of our movements were exposed." The 3 guides, who were already pleasantly surprised, did not know what to say after hearing Zichin's words. There was no need to explain what it meant to subdue the king of the mountain spirits. They already understood the meaning behind it. Unprecedented, this is unprecedented. With the Mountain Spirit King, Zi Chen's group will have a much wider field of vision. This is something we didn't have before. With this field of vision, our chances of survival will be much higher. This time, Zi Chen's group will most likely enter the deepest part of the forest. Outside, many cultivators could not help but exclaim in excitement. This is indeed unprecedented. I have more confidence in Zi Chen now. The old man stroked his beard with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were shining. The King of the Mountain Spirits effect caused quite a commotion. But after the commotion, the crowd had to continue moving forward. However, this time the journey was much smoother. Along the way, Zi Chen no longer showed off. Wherever his spiritual senses swept across, the mountains there would automatically disappear. Soon, a huge open space appeared. However, Zi Chen did not take away all the mountains. Along the way, Zi Chen would leave some mountains behind. The mountain spirits in these mountains were mainly responsible for surveillance. This area was mainly made up of mountains. According to the records in the King of the Mountain Spirits' memories, they were all man-made, just like an army. Zi Chen had perfect spiritual senses, but it still took him several days to subdue the King of the Mountain Spirits. It was not that the King of the Mountain Spirits was very powerful, but there was another spiritual sense in the king's consciousness. This spiritual sense was very strong, and it fought with Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense for several days before it gradually lost. In the end, Zi Chen suppressed this spiritual sense and did not completely erase it, mainly because he did not want to alert the enemy. For the next few days, Zi Chen spent all his time subduing the mountain spirits. He left some behind to monitor and report and took away the rest. After taking away all the mountain spirits in this area, Shantian and the others asked where they should go next. With many mountain spirits and many spies, Hammer and the other two did not need to go out to investigate, and the three guides' work was completely done. For a long time, there was no battle. Next, let's go find those battle spirits. But before that, we need to pass through a mountain range. There will be danger in the mountain range, so be careful. Zi Chen instructed, and then led the crowd forward. Not long after, a huge mountain range appeared in front of them. The mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, and it would take a lot of effort to pass through it. Chapter 1503. The group entered the mountain range and walked for about 10 miles without encountering any danger. Zi Chen walked to the front, followed by the 4 titled cultivators, followed by Manshur and the rest. As for the 3 guides, they walked at the outermost circle. Zi Chen suddenly waved his hand, and the whole group stopped. In front of them, there were many thick ancient trees with intertwined roots. There's a problem. Looking at the ancient trees in front, the fortune teller asked. Zi Chen nodded and said, "It's a kind of strange creature. Kill them." As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, Jin Qingqing stepped forward and walked past Zi Chen. She stopped dozens of meters away from the thick ancient trees. Anyone could cut down the ancient trees, but the most suitable person was Jin Qingqing. As an Earth Realm cultivator, everyone had their own powerful laws. Zi Chen had them. The Tao of Heaven had them, the fortune teller had them, and so did Jin Qingqing. Under such circumstances, the power of the 5 elements was the most powerful. Jin Qingqing's metal laws completely suppressed the wood laws of the ancient trees. Golden light surged on Jin Qingqing's jade-like hand. A sharp golden sword chi shot toward the ancient trees in front. The golden sword chi flashed, and the ancient trees were cut in half. A sharp and ear-piercing sound came from the ancient tree that had been cut down. The intertwined roots began to tremble as if they were alive. They broke out of the ground like spiritual snakes or javelins, shooting towards Jin Qingqing. The tree roots cut through the sky with a sharp whistling sound. They contained powerful energy. Jin Qingqing shouted. Golden light flashed in her eyes as golden energy surged around her body. She waved her hand and sprinkled it forward. It was as though she was sprinkling flower petals. A golden light sprinkled out and landed on the javelins. Specks of golden light merged with the tree roots, causing them to explode. The power of metal invaded and broke the laws. In the blink of an eye, the ancient trees lost their vitality and became withered trees. If they were caught off guard and launched a sneak attack, these ancient trees would cause them a lot of trouble. However, with the mountain as a lookout, everything nearby would be transmitted to Zi-Chen's knowledge sea. Zi-Chen could see all kinds of dangers in this place with a single glance. These dangers were no longer a threat to them. After dealing with the ancient trees in front of them, the group continued forward. Not far away, there was a towering mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was a mountain spirit overlooking the entire area and transmitting information. After passing through the ancient forest, the group came across a lake. The lake was several hundred zhang wide, and there were many ancient trees around it. There were also some strange peaks, and on top of these strange peaks, there were also ancient trees. Fill up this lake and destroy the nearby mountains with plants. During this time, be careful of those plants. Zi-Chen stopped in front of the lake and issued an order. A tall and sturdy human walked out. He wore an earthen yellow battle armor, and a thick aura of the earth surged around him. The matter of filling up the lake was something that this cultivator could do. At the same time, a few other human figures with flame auras surging around them also flew towards the surrounding strange peaks. Knowing the danger in advance, Zi-Chen could make some effective arrangements. As a result, the group of people on the way seemed to be very relaxed. With the help of the mountain spirit king and Zi-Chen's arrangements, the group smoothly passed through the originally dangerous mountain range without any surprises or dangers. All of this was seen by the outside world, and it made them happy. After traveling for so long, only 2 people had died. This could be considered to have broken the previous record. It seems that this time, Zi-Chen's group has a very high chance of completing the mission. After more than 10 days, the group successfully passed through the mountain range. Outside the mountain range, there were some other mountains. After Zi-Chen appeared, these mountains transmitted the latest news to Zi-Chen as quickly as possible. Most of the news was unimportant. For example, a beast passed by below or a bird just flew by. However, Zi-Chen found a useful piece of information among these unimportant news. There was a mountain peak where the traces of a battle spirit of a foreign race had just been discovered. Not just one, but a group of about 20 battle spirits. There's a discovery. Let's go take a look. At Zi-Chen's signal, the group of 100 people flew towards the mountain peak where the message was sent. At this moment, a group of battle spirits was resting at the foot of a mountain. As battle spirits, they were like humans and had a desire for good food. At this moment, these people were roasting meat. On the mountain peaks beside them, there were mountain spirits. But for some reason, the mountain spirits never attacked these battle spirits. Thus, the battle spirits didn't know what was going on. Their every action and action was seen by this deathly silent mountain peak. Zi-Chen and the others soon discovered the traces of the battle spirits and flew over. Hearing the sound of breaking air from afar, the battle spirits all had strange expressions on their faces. They raised their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. Figures appeared on the horizon, their bodies surging with a different aura. The faces of the foreign race battle spirits changed dramatically. Disbelief filled their faces as they exclaimed, "Humans, it's humans!" This was the Nether Realm. Humans could not enter this place at all. Suddenly seeing a group of humans descend, the foreign race battle spirits were shocked. The group of 100 people approached in an instant and surrounded the group of 22 foreign race battle spirits. Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts swept past them and found that these people's realms were not high. Most of them were at level 3, the early stage of the domain realm. 2 of them were at level 4, equivalent to the middle stage of the domain realm, and 1 was at level 5, equivalent to the late stage of the domain realm. Being surrounded, the battle spirits were not afraid. They just could not believe the fact that humans had appeared. Answer a few of my questions, and I can spare your lives. Zichen looked down at the battle spirits and said indifferently, In your dreams. The level 5 battle spirit looked coldly at Zichen and said, Human, I don't know how you got here, but I want to tell you that once you're here, it will be your death. The level 5 battle spirit looked coldly at Zichen, his eyes surging with killing intent. The other foreign race battle spirits were also surging with killing intent. They were not afraid of Zichen's group at all. Kill, leave the 3 weakest ones. Zichen waved his hand, and his indifferent voice sounded. In the sky, light flashed. Some human cultivators rushed toward the foreign race battle spirits, and some high-level life forms attacked. The difference in realms between the two sides was too great. The strongest of the foreign race battle spirits was far lower than the weakest of Zichen's group. Therefore, the result of this battle was not suspenseful. This was Zichen's first battle in the Nether Realm, and it ended with a complete victory. The remaining 3 foreign race battle spirits were covered in wounds and stared at Zichen with resentment. Don't think you can get any useful information from me, one of the foreign race battle spirits said coldly. If his power had not been sealed, this battle spirit would have committed suicide long ago. Torture was useless. They were not even afraid of death. So why would they be afraid of torture? After glancing at the 3 of them, Zichen dismissed the idea of extorting a confession. He turned around and asked the crowd, Who knows the soul-searching technique? Almost everyone knew how to search one's soul. However, Zichen's question was, of course, referring to the person who knew how to search one's soul. Ordinary soul-searching techniques were not enough to search the souls of foreign race battle spirits. Everyone shook their heads. Let me try. A person walked out of the crowd. It was Dark Mantle in black armor. Dark Mantle came forward and said, My soul-searching technique is a little special. I want to try it. Those who knew the history of Darkness City curled their lips when they heard this. The magical arts of Darkness City were all very mysterious. It was not just a little special. Dark Mantle was obviously being too modest. However, just think about it. Who would not be modest in front of Zichen now? As they moved forward, the crowd had already accepted Zichen as their leader. They admired Zichen from the bottom of their hearts. Zichen's battle strength was indisputable. In terms of calmness, no one could compare to him. Even the titled experts had to admire him. Dark Mantle modestly said that he only knew some special soul-searching techniques. However, when it came to the real soul-searching technique, he also left with the other 3. In less than a moment, mournful cries sounded in the distance. The mournful cries were filled with fear. It was clear how terrifying the Dark Mantle's methods were to make people who were not afraid of death utter such cries and feel such deep fear. Zichen saw what Dark Mantle was doing through the mountain spirit. He saw black light curling around Dark Mantle. Some of the black lights were like silk threads, entering the foreign race battle spirit's sea of consciousness. Following the disappearance of the black threads, the foreign race battle spirit's vitality also disappeared. How was this soul-searching technique? It was clearly soul-stealing. 2 of the 3 died. Dark Mantle brought the 3rd person back and threw him on the ground. This battle spirit also had a face full of resentment. However, there was an obvious trace of fear on his face. Dark Mantle looked at Zichen and nodded. Then he returned to Zichen's side and stopped. Zichen glanced at the battle spirit and said, Kill him. Dark Mantle did not bring this person back for Zichen to interrogate, but to kill him. This was because every battle spirit that died had luck points. These luck points were 10 times more than what they had in the domain prefecture. Each of them had at least a few 100,000 luck points, and at most a few million luck points. This could be seen from the envious expressions on the Dark Mantle's faces when they returned. Zichen did not take action to kill off the war spirit. Instead, a human cultivator stepped forward to kill off the war spirit. After that, he happily collected the luck points. It was a very high number. "Tell me, what did you find?" Zichen asked as he led the team forward, ignoring the dead battle spirit. "This is a world of its own called the Starry Sky Realm. The people here call themselves the Starry Sky Clan. All of them are battle spirits. There is only one city called Starry Sky City. As for these people, they live in a village outside of Starry Sky City." Zichen looked ahead and did not ask for more information. Instead, he asked, "How far is that village from here?" "About 10,000 miles, Dark Mantle replied. Zichen nodded and said, "Pass down the order. Move at full speed and destroy that village. Leave no one alive." "Understood." Dark Mantle nodded and sent out a spiritual thought. The spiritual thought contained a map that led directly to the first village, called Sass. Chapter 1504. Sussy Town was a remote town outside the Starry Sky City. The population of this town was relatively small, only a few hundred people. Among them, the mayor was the strongest. The layout of this town was similar to that of Huping City. There was only one city in this vast area. Outside the city, cultivators gathered. No matter how big or small they were all called towns. These towns were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes based on their size. Sussy Town was undoubtedly the lowest of the 9 classes. In the Nether Realm there was day and night, but there was no starry sky, moon, or sun. The darkness dispersed, and the day came. It was dawn. A special team came to the town at dawn. It was called special because the cultivators in this team were all humans. This was a team of 10 people. The leader was Zichen, and there were 4 other titled cultivators. In addition, there were Wushuang, Dark Mantle, Langwei, Manshur, and Hammer. There was no fence outside the town. The 10 people swaggered in. Battle spirits lived here, but they also needed to make a living. So, there were all kinds of side businesses. Although this place was small, it had all the essentials. Although it was small, there were taverns, inns, and shops. In the morning, these shops opened. The battle spirit stall owners walked out and saw this team. They were surprised at first, thinking that business had come, but when they saw who it was, their expressions changed drastically. "Humans, they're humans. Humans have come to our town." The battle spirits of other races exclaimed and rushed out of the shops. They didn't even care about the business. They gathered around curiously, as if they were looking at a new species. In this world, humans could indeed be called a new species. Humans. It's the first time I've seen humans since my awakening. A slightly old battle spirit looked at Zichen and the others and couldn't help but sigh. In his eyes there was a cold light. "Humans, I haven't seen them for a long time." Another person sighed. "I didn't expect humans to come to our remote town. Looks like we're in luck." A battle spirit who looked like a businessman looked at Zichen and the others with unrestrained greed in his eyes. These battle spirits surrounded Zichen and the others. They kept sighing but didn't attack immediately. Not only did they not attack, but they also did not try to guess how Zichen and the others came here. After a while, an old man sighed and said, "These humans must have mistakenly entered our place. Even if it was a mistake, he should still be killed." A battle spirit said indifferently, "Kill? That would be a waste." The business-like cultivator quickly shook his head. "If we don't kill them, should we keep them and worship them?" The old man said coldly. His aura surged around him. He was actually a battle spirit at the peak of the first domain realm. His realm was on par with Zichen. When the merchant battle spirit saw that the old man was angry, he quickly smiled and said, "You don't know, but this human is really a good thing. He has a lot of uses. It's a pity to kill him. If he was handed over to me, I can guarantee that I can make a lot of money." "Really?" The old man's eyes lit up. "It's true. Conservatively speaking, we can earn several hundred star crystals." The merchant smiled confidently. "All right, then take it quickly." The old man nodded and gestured for the merchant to take Zichen and the others away. Poor Zi Chen and the others. They had been sold by the old man before they could say a word. The others couldn't take it anymore. They all claimed that they were the ones who found the humans first and wanted to get a share. A light cough interrupted the battle spirits, who were still trying to get a share. Zi Chen looked at the group of battle spirits and said with a smile, "Excuse me, where can I buy a map of this place?" "A map? Where do you want to go?" The old man sneered. "I want to go to the Starry Sky City," Zi Chen said honestly. The old man curled his lips in disdain and said, "The Starry Sky City? You want to go to the Starry Sky City? We'll see if you can walk out of here." Zi Chen pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "Because you have to die," the old man said coldly. "You and I have a grudge." "I'm just here to ask for directions," Zi Chen said. "There's no grudge, but you have to die. The humans and we can't coexist together." Zi Chen nodded to show that he understood. He then said disdainfully, "If that's the case, you don't know where the Starry Sky City is, right? Seeing that you live here, you don't go out much. I really don't know how you got here." Zi Chen's disdainful tone angered the old man. The latter wanted to kill him, but was stopped by the merchant. The merchant seemed very anxious. He wanted to appease the crowd and promise them benefits. "Wei Wu, how dare you touch my property without my permission?" A loud shout rang out from the noisy crowd. As the shout rang out, the ground began to tremble. Wei Wu was the merchant. When he heard this, his expression changed, and a trace of annoyance flashed across his face. The expressions of those who had just received benefits also changed. The one who shouted out was a tall and large battle spirit. As he walked, he deliberately stirred up his aura, causing the earth to tremble. When the others looked at this battle spirit, their eyes were filled with fear and reverence. "Lord Mayor," with a merchant in the lead, a group of people quickly stepped forward and bowed. It turned out that this battle spirit was the strongest person in the town. The mayor snorted at the merchant. Then his gaze fell on Zi Chen and the others. After his gaze swept across Zi Chen and the others, the mayor's eyes fell on Jin Qingqing and Wu Shuang. His eyes flashed. "Wei Wu, tell me what these humans are for." The mayor opened his mouth. His voice was very loud, and his voice was very loud. "Lord, after these humans are taken to other places and processed, they can be sold for a good price. However, I don't know the details, but they can definitely be sold for a good price," the merchant replied respectfully. A group of proud sons of heaven, at this moment, were being sold here and there like livestock. Their faces were all filled with anger. However, how could the battle spirit care about the expressions of the humans? The others were like this, and the mayor was even more so. He looked around and pointed at Jin Qingqing and Wu Shuang. He said, "Leave these two human girls to me. As for the rest of the humans, you can deal with them. However, I want 60% of the reward." "Yes, yes." The merchant hurriedly nodded. However, he was slandering this greedy fellow in his heart. If he wanted 60% alone, how could he divide the remaining 40% among so many people? Since the mayor had come out, there shouldn't be any stronger existences here. Hence, Zi Chen asked the mayor again, "You should have a map with you, right?" "What map?" The mayor looked at Zi Chen with a displeased expression. "The map to Starry Sky City," Zi Chen said. The mayor said impatiently, "I also have the map to the recruitment platform. What use do you have for a person who is about to die?" The words recruitment platform made Zi Chen's heart skip a beat. He didn't directly slaughter the town. Instead, he chose to come here to inquire about the location of the recruitment platform. He originally thought that he could find the location of the recruitment platform with a comprehensive map. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. "Isn't the recruitment platform in Starry Sky City?" Zi Chen asked in confusion. Laughter came from all around. One of the battle spirits said disdainfully, "It's true that the recruitment platform is in Starry Sky City. However, there is more than one recruitment platform here." Zi Chen nodded to show that he understood. He then looked at the mayor and asked, "Do you really have the map to the recruitment platform?" Of course. Why? Do you want to return to the human world through the recruitment platform? Let me tell you, it's useless. The recruitment platform can only receive, not teleport, the mayor said disdainfully. Then where is the map? Is it in your mind or on your body? Zichen asked again. Of course it's on my body. As for in my mind, the mayor's proud expression froze. He couldn't say what he wanted to say next. This was because a saber light like a waterfall appeared in front of Zichen and swept towards the mayor's neck. The saber light flashed and disappeared. The mayor's head was separated from his body and flew into the sky before rolling on the ground. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that it was inconceivable. By the time the other battle spirits reacted, blood had already sprayed all over their bodies. He's dead. He killed the mayor. The mayor was the strongest, but he was killed by a single slash. The crowd of battle spirits quickly retreated, their faces filled with shock. Kill these humans. He just sneak attacked the mayor. His battle strength isn't strong. A battle spirit in the distance shouted loudly. Then, cold light surged and waves of killing intent surged. Zichen put away his saber and walked towards the mayor's corpse. He took off a white jade ring from the mayor's hand. This was a spatial ring. As Zichen probed with his spiritual sense, he found many things in these rings. Most of them were crystals that emitted light. These lights were very similar to starlight in the night. They should be the star crystals that the businessman mentioned earlier. In addition to the star crystals, there were also some weapons, but Zichen didn't care about them. In the corner, Zichen saw a jade slip. This jade slip was the map that Zichen needed. As he probed with his spiritual sense, the location of the recruitment platform was indeed marked. The recruitment platform was used to receive battle spirits. After arriving at the alien tribe's residence, Hammer informed Zichen and asked for information about the recruitment platform. Zichen originally thought that there was only one recruitment platform, which was in Starry Sky City. He guessed that these people came from Starry Sky City. However, this didn't seem to be the case. Kill. After obtaining the map, Zichen was relieved. His mission was completed. He glanced around and killing intent surged in his eyes. The others, who couldn't wait, roared angrily. They turned into streams of light and charged forward, their bodies surging with powerful auras. You little thing, how dare you sell your grandpa man out? Man sure flashed in front of the businessman. He raised his hand and slapped the businessman, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. In the town, the strongest mayor was only at the second domain realm. The strength of the others was not worth mentioning. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. It was a complete massacre. At first, these battle spirits were still resisting. However, when they saw their companions fall one by one, they were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Outside the town, the remaining 90 people had been waiting for a long time. In their eyes, these escaping battle spirits were rich numbers of luck points. Therefore, as soon as these battle spirits rushed out, they were killed by the humans outside. Chapter 1505. After massacring the town, all the resources in SAS town were looted by them. After slaughtering a small town and killing hundreds of cultivators, they had obtained a lot of luck points. Everyone had excited looks on their faces as they fantasized about how many more luck points they could obtain. After returning, they would be able to exchange them for other valuable items. This scene was seen by everyone in the outside world. Behind the elder, the others were recording some new things. They were the latest discoveries and things they already knew. They were also verifying and adding to each other's knowledge. Looking at the excited and happy cultivators after their great victory, the elder couldn't help but sigh. If you come back alive, your fate will definitely change. But how many of you will come back? There was no answer to this question. If they looked at the past, the answer was that no one came back. If 100 people went and no one came back, it could be said that this was a dead end. All the higher-ups of the manor realm couldn't accept this fact, but they had to. Every time Tongyu Tower opened, there would be a team of geniuses, ghosts, and special existences that would enter the nether realm to die. If they wanted to come back, they could only hope that the team that went in would create a miracle. Fortunately, Zi-Chun had controlled the Mountain Spirit King this time, which gave everyone a good start. From the looks of it, Zi-Chun, who was leading the team, was doing much better than the other leaders. However, whether he could create a miracle was another matter. Find the summoning platform. Destroy as many as you can, the elder transmitted to Hammer. He knew that there was more than one summoning platform. After leaving SAS Town, Zi-Chun led the others to the summoning platform. On the way, they had to pass by a second town. Naturally, they wouldn't let them go. On the way to the second town, they killed all the alien battle spirits they encountered. They arrived at the second town. It was bigger than SAS Town and had a larger population. Zi-Chun looked at the small town from afar. Towering mountains appeared behind him out of thin air. These mountains were arranged neatly, forming a huge circle that surrounded the small town. Leaving some of the cultivators behind, Zi-Chun led the others into the town. This town was not small, and its population was not small either. If they wanted to leave no one alive, everyone would have to take action. Naturally, this included Zi-Chun. After entering the town, the alien battle spirits noticed this group of uninvited guests. Amidst the shouting, Zi-Chun led the others to charge at them like bloodthirsty wolves. Swoosh! Zi-Chun unsheathed his saber, and a flash of saber light appeared. A blade light flashed across the air and beheaded the 3 non-humankind battle spirits who rushed out of the shop. Zi-Chun sheathed his saber and rushed into the shop. Boom! The transformed barbarian sure was like a giant as he rushed into a building. In an instant, screams of agony rang out from the crumbling building. After several breaths of time, Man Sure stepped out of the ruined building. This small town was not small and had a large population. However, there were not many foreign race battle spirits. There were only 3 people in the second domain. Any one of the 3 strongest people in Zi-Chun's team could easily kill them. Because of the arrival of Zi-Chun and the others, the originally quiet town instantly turned into a battlefield. This was a battle that only determined sides. Not good or evil, not justice. Screams, curses, and curses rang out in the small town that was affected by the flames of war. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and the quiet town was destroyed. Blood flowed like rivers from the corpses. Under the leadership of Zi-Chun, the 100-man team once again carried out their mission perfectly. All the battle spirits in the town were slaughtered, and not a single one was left alive. After the battle, Zi-Chun ordered people to clean up the battlefield and pay attention to the map. To stay in a place, one first needed to know the surrounding environment. Getting a map was the most important thing. The 100-man team was completely prepared. Therefore, this battle was another battle of slaughter. However, after obtaining a complete victory, Shang Guanhong and the others became melancholy and depressed. Zi-Chun came in front of them and said slowly, "This is war. If we are soft-hearted today, these battle spirits will form an army in the future and kill us until our blood flows like a river." Zi-Chun's words were slow but firm. On the 3rd floor of Tongyu Tower, he witnessed the destruction of the Thunder Clan's world through the images. It was originally a peaceful world, but after the alien race arrived, it became a battlefield. Countless Thunder Clan cultivators died, and in the end, even the world was destroyed. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone went straight to the recruitment platform. 2 days later, the team arrived at the recruitment platform. The recruitment platform was mainly responsible for summoning the awakened alien battle spirits and guiding them back to the Nether Realm. Of course, the alien race had another name for this place. The entire Nether Realm was the alien race's territory. Here they had no enemies. Therefore, when Zi-Chun and the others arrived at the recruitment platform, they did not see any alien race guarding it. The recruitment platform was like a teleportation formation among humans. It shone brightly, and the power surging within it belonged to the alien race. It was this alien race power that could summon the awakened alien race from the domain manor world. There was a huge light shield outside the recruitment platform. The light shield covered an area of dozens of meters. It was a materialized light shield with a special power that prevented people from entering or leaving. Man sure walked forward. When he approached the light shield, a strong repulsive force appeared. After sensing it carefully, Man sure turned around and shook his head. "No, I can't break it." The formation masters also shook their heads. The person who built the recruitment platform was extremely powerful. Ordinary methods could not break it. Zichen turned to look at the three guides and asked, "Big Brother Hammer, you should have a solution, right?" Hammer, who had been looking at the recruitment platform, nodded. At this moment, the gazes of the people outside fell on the recruitment platform under Hammer's guidance. They carefully observed it. Hammer did not immediately act, because these people needed to carefully observe the recruitment platform to see if there was a solution. After memorizing every detail, Hammer stepped forward. When Hammer moved, Ba Dao and Shan lay moved as well. The three of them stood outside the light shield in three different directions. At the same time, they channeled energy into the light shield. The three streams of energy met above the light shield and merged into a light ball. The moment the light ball formed, a ray of light shot out from Hammer. This ray of light was a type of law, and it merged with the light ball. Then, the three of them controlled the light ball to descend. When the light ball met the surface of the light shield, it sizzled as if it was melting. The light ball merged with the light shield and escaped the control of the three people. The light shield formed again. The light ball went inside the light shield and floated down to the platform below. Like a crystal ball, the light ball that landed on the platform exploded. The light of the rule elemental law appeared and merged with the platform. Then the platform began to shake. The power of the foreign races in it became chaotic. The platform cracked as it shook. The light shield shattered, and the entire recruitment platform broke into pieces. The summoning platform had been destroyed. However, the power of the rules from earlier did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into a ray of light and flew towards the shattered pieces of the platform. After spinning in a circle, the light of the law returned to Hammer and disappeared. As for the broken pieces of the recruitment platform, they turned into powder in the next moment. The recruitment platform was completely destroyed and could not be repaired. The people around watched this scene quietly, not saying a word. In the outside world, the others were very excited. They had finally destroyed another recruitment platform. After destroying another recruitment platform, the group moved forward again. This time, the final goal of Zichen and the others was to destroy all the recruitment platforms and kill all the fighting spirits. No matter which mission it was, Zichen felt that it was a very difficult mission to complete. There were too many fighting spirits of the foreign races. It was impossible to kill all of them. Then time passed. The group repeated their actions, killing the fighting spirits, massacring towns, plundering resources, destroying the recruitment platforms. Day after day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zichen led the team to destroy 3 recruitment platforms. During this period, they destroyed more than 10 towns. What was worth mentioning was that the team of 100 people was still a team of 100 people. Everything was as the old man had said. Due to a certain law, the fighting spirits of the foreign races here were not too powerful. So far, the strongest that Zichen and the others had encountered was only at the intermediate second stage domain realm. In 2 months, the lone army began to go deeper. Their final goal was Starry Sky City. Many of the fighting spirits of the foreign races say that humans are useful. I wonder what they are useful for. On the way, Man sure scratched his head and asked a question that had been puzzling him for a long time. Who knows? Maybe they treat humans as food. Wu Xie shook his head and said, it was normal to treat humans as food. Even in the Zhanwu continent, there were races that treated humans as food. For example, battle beasts, and some ferocious higher life forms. The strong preyed on the weak. This was normal. Maybe the answer will be there. They stopped moving forward. A small town appeared in front of them. Chen looked at the town with walls and said, "This is Sui Town. How is it small?" Looking at the tall walls around the town, Lang Wei cried out strangely. It was the first time they had seen a town with tall walls. Looking at the scale, it did not look like a town at all. It looked more like a small city. The others looked at the town in front of them and were surprised. This place is not far from Starry Sky City. It is normal that there are some special things here. Get ready. Follow me in and have a look. Man Shi and a group of more than 10 titled individuals followed Chen into the town. The town had walls, but there were no fighting spirits guarding it. Chen and the others entered smoothly. Entering the city, they met the fighting spirits of the foreign races. When they saw Chen and the others, they were slightly stunned. Then disdain appeared in their eyes. This kind of disdain was like a dragon seeing an ant. It was full of arrogance, as if looking at you was the greatest gift to you. In the eyes of the fighting spirits, there was disdain, arrogance, and all kinds of complacency. However, there was no killing intent. During this time, Chen saw a fighting spirit of the foreign races who had just entered the domain realm. However, due to the huge gap between their realms, the fighting spirit still glanced at Chen and the others with disdain. Man Shi's eyes turned cold as he thought, "How dare you be so arrogant when you're just at the early stage of the first layer domain realm?" Chapter 1506. This was a very unique town. It was surrounded by tall and thick walls, and the area of the town was very large. After entering the town, many foreign battle spirits did not show any hostility when they saw Chen and the others. They also did not show any greed like Chen and the others had felt before. All of them looked very proud. Now a low-level foreign battle spirit walked over angrily just because Man Shi glared at him. It seemed that he was going to teach Man Shi a lesson. Chen felt that it was very strange. He did not ask anyone to stop the low-level battle spirit. The other party stopped 3 meters away from Man Shi. There was a hint of disgust on his angry face. He pointed at Man Shi and said coldly, "You kneel down." What? Man Shi was stunned. He looked at the low-level battle spirit as if he was looking at an idiot. "Kneel down. I don't want to repeat myself." The low-level battle spirit's words were cold and full of anger. It was as if Man Shi's actions were the greatest insult to him. He originally thought that this fellow was purely here to die, but when Man Shi looked again, he found that this was not the case. This fellow was a pure idiot. So Man Shi turned around and looked at Chen and the others. Chen and the others did not understand why the low-level battle spirit was so arrogant. They could only laugh. "You still dare to laugh? You lowly human beings actually dare to laugh in front of me. Kneel down, all of you kneel down. I want to see if your master will still let you live after you offend me like this." The low-level battle spirit was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He turned his target to everyone. The expressions of Chen and the others changed. They heard some clues and guessed it. It was enough to prove that the other party was not a fool. "Lowly human, get out of my way." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out from not far away. It was a carriage that was about to leave the town. Chen and the others turned around. When they saw the carriage, their pupils could not help but shrink. Similarly, the expressions of the elders who saw this scene in the outside world also changed. It did indeed look like a carriage, but the thing pulling the carriage was not a horse, nor was it a beast. It was a human, a real human. However, that human seemed to have undergone some kind of modification. He looked like an exotic beast with his hands and feet on the ground and a rein around his neck. His body was covered in fine fur, and he looked like some kind of ape-man. They no longer appeared to be humans. However, the crowd's perception was extremely sharp. They immediately sensed the auras of humans from their bodies. These were humans, but they had undergone some sort of transformation and were now beasts pulling carriages. A large carriage was being pulled by 16 humans. There was a war spirit coachman of a foreign race sitting on the carriage. He was holding a long whip in his hand. If he was careless, the whip would fall and make a cracking sound. These humans, on the other hand, had lifeless eyes, as if they were walking corpses. How could this be? Seeing this, the expressions of Zichen and the others immediately changed. Humans? How could there be humans in this world? Also, why did humans become like this? Heavy Hammer, who was following the team, had an ugly expression on his face. It was impossible for there to be humans here, but now, such strange humans had appeared. There was only one explanation. They were humans who came here before. None of them came back. Some died in battle, and some might have been captured. These strange humans should have been modified using their bloodlines. The old man explained. This explanation made Heavy Hammer's body tremble. The appearance of the humans pulling the carriage seemed to be telling Zichen that this was not a coincidence. Following that, more and more human figures appeared in the town that was gradually becoming more and more lively. There were strange-looking humans pulling the carriage, and there were also normal-looking humans who were helping the war spirit merchants. There were also some humans who were carrying stones and doing manual labor. However, no matter what kind of humans they were playing the role of the lowest class of slaves. They were often beaten and scolded. During this period, there would be some war spirits who would be ruthless to the humans for no reason, which would make the other war spirits around them laugh. There were many humans in the town, and these humans were all slaves. Zichen and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. Smack! A flying whip broke through the air and landed on Zichen's face, leaving a white mark. On the carriage, the war spirit said angrily, "Lowly humans, slaves, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm going out? Hurry up and kneel on both sides." Zichen was awakened by this whip. He touched his cheek and asked with a cold smile, "What did you say? You want us to kneel on both sides?" The war spirit, who was originally of a lower realm, did not speak after seeing the carriage. When he heard Zichen's question, he said proudly, "Are you blind? Can't you see that the person in the carriage is the son of the mayor? Hurry up and kneel. If the young master is happy, he might even buy you and enter the mayor's mansion." When the carriage driver heard this, his expression became even more arrogant. War spirits can give birth. Zichen was not angry. Instead, he asked, "It's not giving birth. It's giving birth. Do you understand? It absorbs the vitality of humans and gives birth to a life. Do you understand?" Seeing that the humans did not move, the carriage driver was angry. "I don't understand." Zichen shook his head. His expression had become indifferent. "Kill them, then go and find out who their master is. I want to kill all of his human slaves. These blind things actually dare to block my path." A cold voice came from the carriage. At this moment, the matter here had already attracted the attention of the other war spirits. Many of them stepped forward, looking like they were watching a good show. As for the humans, none of them dared to raise their heads. They were like walking corpses. Unable to suppress his anger, Manshur stepped forward and asked, "What do we do now?" Zichen took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "We have to do things one by one. First, beat these 3 guys to a pulp, then kneel here." "Okay." Manshur nodded and directly rushed to the carriage. Lang Wei was not to be outdone and followed closely. Wu Xia, on the other hand, rushed towards that battle spirit of a low cultivation level who had spoken rudely. The fact that the humans dared to resist surprised all the war spirits. Everyone was in an uproar. "You're courting death." The carriage driver shouted angrily. The whip in his hand shook again. Like a dragon, it lashed at Manshur. As the long whip flew over, Manshur grabbed it and pulled it with all his might. The coachman flew over. Manshur reached out and twisted the other party's neck as if he was pinching a chicken. "Lowly humans, you dare to offend your superiors? You're finished." The carriage driver was still struggling. His face was angry, but there was no fear. It seemed that the status of humans here was too low. In front of humans, the war spirits had forgotten the principle of the strong being respected. Boom! A surge of energy came from Mansur's hand and entered the war spirit's body. This energy crazily destroyed the war spirit's vitality. The war spirit's carriage driver's body fell to his knees. His face was full of pain, but he could no longer make a sound. This scene happened too quickly. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, without waiting for a response, Mansur had already brought the people back. Wu Xie and Lang Wei were not slow either. They dragged the 3 war spirits to Zichen and then knelt in front of Zichen. Zichen looked at the 3 of them indifferently. You! The war spirit of the lower realm felt a thick, killing intent from Zichen. His face was filled with fear, and there was no longer any arrogance on his face. But the war spirit called Young Master stared at Zichen as if he was looking at a dead man. You dare to touch me? You're finished. Not only will you die, but even your master will die. And because of you, all the human slaves here will suffer. Zichen looked at this young noble and smiled. Even now, you still can't see that I don't have a master. The young master was startled. No master? That's impossible. Let me tell you, this is the starry sky world. Every human that appears will have their own master. You! Suddenly, his expression changed as he remembered something about humans. It was said that every once in a while there would be other humans that would descend to the starry sky world. These humans all had decent combat strength, and their purpose was to destroy this world. This rumor had always been treated as a joke in the starry sky world. This was because foreign war spirits did not put humans in their eyes at all. But it was undeniable that the humans that suddenly descended all had decent combat strength. The young master's expression changed. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky to run into such a group of humans. As for the carriage driver and the lower realm war spirit, they were so scared that they were paralyzed. There was a look of horror on the faces of the 3. Lowly humans are rebelling. Go and kill them. Whose slave is this? They didn't discipline him properly and actually dared to rebel. Kill these slaves first, then go find their master. That's the young master of the mayor's family. Save the young master first. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were subdued and forced to kneel in front of the humans they thought were the most lowly. The other foreign war spirits were also angry. They roared and took out their weapons, wanting to kill Zichen and his group. With a cold smile on his face, Zichen turned around and glanced at the clamoring foreign war spirits indifferently. His eyes were surging with murderous intent. A long saber with a scabbard appeared in his hand. He held the scabbard with his left hand and put his right hand on the hilt of the saber, pulling it out directly. Zung! The crisp sound of the saber coming out of the scabbard rang out. A ray of saber light flashed like a waterfall. When the saber light appeared, it was so dazzling that many war spirits couldn't help but close their eyes. The light was too dazzling. The saber light that appeared instantly split into 9. Then, like an open fan, they swept forward. The saber light moved forward, enveloping more than 10 people. Puff! 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 As the saber light swept past, blood splattered. More than 10 people who were enveloped by the saber light were cut in half at the waist. Their vitality was instantly robbed. Chapter 1507. Zichen sheathed his saber and stood there indifferently. The battle spirits who had been clamoring to attack kept retreating with fear on their faces. When Zichen's saber light appeared, many people felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. He had killed more than a dozen battle spirits with one slash. Some of them were at the peak of the first domain realm. Only the mayor could compare to such killing methods. The 3 people kneeling in front of Zichen were so scared that they trembled all over. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, they couldn't be arrogant anymore. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a demon. Displaying great strength and scaring off a group of foreign race battle spirits made many battle spirits feel fear. Such an astonishing action. Yet no human slaves came to look at it. They didn't even glance at it. Their eyes were lifeless and lifeless, as if they were walking corpses. After living in such an environment for so long, they don't know what fighting spirit is. They can't be considered human anymore. Looking at the slaves who only knew how to work, Shantian Dao shook his head and sighed. When they were created, they were instilled with the ideology of the alien race's battle spirits. They are just like real slaves, not to mention resistance. I'm afraid they don't even know what freedom is. The fortune teller said emotionally, feeling pity for them. Seeing these human slaves, their emotions became extremely complicated. Where are the rebellious slaves? A shout resounded in the sky like rolling thunder. Then there was the sound of something breaking through the air. An armored battle spirit flew over from afar. Seeing this battle spirit, the frightened faces of the other battle spirits immediately lit up with joy. He's the mayor's subordinate. He's at the second domain realm. He's very strong. These humans are not at high realms. With such an expert here, they're finished. Slaves dare to rebel against their masters. Not only will these people die, but all the slaves in the town will be purged. Because of the arrival of this expert, the battle spirits regained their confidence and began to talk loudly. They're not slaves. They're descended humans. Quickly find my father. The young master finally mustered up his courage and shouted angrily into the distance. This shout was so loud that it sounded like he had shouted himself hoarse. His voice traveled very far. The battle spirit expert had arrived. A powerful aura surged around him. He looked down at everyone with an arrogant and indifferent expression. However, after hearing the young master's words, his expression changed instantly. He looked at Zichen and the others in disbelief. Dai. Longwei's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a tap of his feet, he turned into a beam of light that shot towards the battle spirit in the air. As he moved forwards, Longwei's figure turned into a wolf phantom. Damn it, it really is a human descending. Seeing this scene, this battle spirit that had high hopes placed on him cursed inwardly. Without saying anything else, he turned around and was about to run away. What a joke! Every human who came here was a peerless powerhouse. Only the people of Starry Sky City could suppress them. The war spirit powerhouse turned around and fled, causing waves of uproar. But in terms of speed, how could he be faster than Langwei? The wolf shadow arrived in an instant and crashed into the battle spirit's body. Following that, an explosive sound rang out. An explosion resounded in the sky, and Langwei returned in the form of light. As for that powerhouse battle spirit, his body exploded. The uproar in the surroundings instantly disappeared and was replaced by a deathly silence. A powerful second domain realm cultivator had actually been knocked to death. Humans have descended. These are not slaves. It is said that the humans who have descended are here to destroy our Starry Sky realm. Why did the Starry Sky City not have any signs of the humans' arrival? Only then did the foreign race battle spirits come to their senses. These were not human slaves, but humans who had descended. They could not be treated as slaves. Upon hearing that the slaves had rebelled and captured the son of the mayor's family, several second domain realm battle spirits flew up. However, one of them had moved faster in order to claim credit. As the other party died, the others reacted even faster. They turned around and ran without hesitation. Swoosh! Shantian sneered and raised his hand to shoot out a beam of light. This beam of light was like a javelin that pierced through the sky and landed on the bodies of the fleeing battle spirits. Then these battle spirits stopped in midair. Their heads tilted and they lost their vitality and fell to the ground. They were dead. They were known as the strongest subordinates of the mayor of Sui Town. They had been killed in the blink of an eye. The faces of all the foreign race battle spirits were filled with horror. In front of Zichen, 2 of the 3 people had fainted from fright. Only the son was still holding on. He encouraged himself again and shouted to the sky, "Father, come and save me." The son's shrill cry for help resounded throughout the entire town. However, the mayor, who was recognized as the strongest person, did not appear. Over here, they had already killed many foreign race battle spirits. Even more battle spirits began to feel fear in their hearts and began to flee. However, those humans still didn't look in their direction. They didn't even try to flee. They were truly like emotionless zombies. Kill. Looking at the fleeing foreign race battle spirits, Chen gave his final order. Die. Man-Sha roared and transformed in an instant. He chased after those fleeing battle spirits. A terrifying power began to surge. Every time Man-Sha attacked, he could kill several people. Swoosh! Shention raised his hand and swept it. The energy transformed into javelins and shot out. A large number of battle spirits fell. Die. Fortune teller sighed and slapped out a palm. A huge palm print fell from the sky and enveloped several foreign race battle spirits. The misty shadows figure changed between real and illusory. Attacks passed through his body but were unable to injure him. Every time he revealed his real body, one or several foreign race battle spirits would fall. As for the others, they all used their powerful attacks. The foreign race battle spirits had clearly lost their will to fight. They only cared about running away. Therefore, everyone did their best to attack as many of them as possible. One by one, the foreign race battle spirits fell. It was still a massacre. However, this time, Man-Sha and the others' faces were much gloomier. Their attacks were even more ruthless. The foreign race battle spirits died one after another. The curses of the lowly slaves resounded in the air above the town. Their battle strength was not enough. As they were about to die, the battle spirits could only curse. Unfortunately, the human slaves did not even know how to curse. They could only watch their masters run away and then be killed on the way. In their eyes, there was only confusion. There was no other emotion. Damn it! Why did this group of humans suddenly come here? Moreover, there was no news at all. What are the people of the Starry Sky City doing? My poor svelte town is about to be destroyed. A burly man turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the town master's mansion, fleeing towards the town. He was the mayor of Svelte Town. He was also the father of that young master. After hearing his son's roar and seeing several of his capable subordinates being killed, he could not summon the slightest bit of will to fight. He turned around and ran. He did not care about his son's life or death. However, even if he ran out of the town, there were still many experts there. In addition, there were also rows of mountain spirits waiting there. In the end, he would still die. In Svelte Town, the massacre continued. One by one, the battle spirits fell. Usually, when the people outside saw this, they would clap and cheer. Another group of battle spirits had been killed. However, at this moment, they did not say a word. Their hearts were heavy. It was because of those human slaves. They did not dare to imagine what kind of torture their ancestors had gone through when they entered the nether realm. They also did not dare to imagine what those foreign race battle spirits had done in the nether realm to create so many human slaves. The atmosphere was very oppressive. After a long time, a cultivator said fiercely, "Those foreign races all deserve to die. It is our responsibility to completely exterminate the foreign races." The crowd was stirred up. Everyone was angry. Sigh. The old man sighed softly. Based on the current situation, the main reason was not how to kill those foreign races, but how to deal with those human slaves. Because of the human slaves, everyone was more ruthless this time. As a result, the battle ended much faster than before. The town seemed to have a large population, but half of them were human slaves. That young master was not dead yet. He had witnessed the destruction of the town with his own eyes. He had witnessed how terrifying the human slaves in their eyes were. He was still alive, but living was worse than dying. Because next, he was going to be soul-searched by an evil-looking human. That person was surrounded by a black light. He was very scary and evil, other than the humans who were still cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone else had gathered here. They witnessed the dark mantle soul-searching the young master, and heard his shrill and terrified screams with their own ears. Beside the young master, there were 4 foreign race battle spirits who were still alive. These 4 were also the targets of the soul-searching. Hearing the young master's screams, they fainted again and again. After the soul-searching, the dark mantle's face became even gloomier. "Tell me what happened," Zichen asked. The others were also listening attentively. These humans were created using human blood essence and foreign race energy, like us. After repeated modifications and reproduction, they became what they are now. The dark mantle said, "What do you mean?" Zichen frowned. "What I mean is they are humans, but they also have foreign race energy in their bodies. They are considered foreign races." The dark mantle sighed. When the others heard this, their faces also changed. That is to say, if we let them cultivate, one day after awakening, they may also become foreign races. Zichen's voice was devoid of any emotion. "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. The foreign race energy completely suppresses the human bloodline." The dark mantle said, "Previously, everyone had only killed the battle spirits. They did not attack the human slaves. In the town, the remaining human slaves looked blankly at Zichen's group. Because they had lost their master, they did not know what to do. They could only stand there stupidly. Now Zichen had 2 choices. Mother asterisk her if I die. You must remember to blast me into nothingness with a blast of energy." A human cultivator could not help but curse. There were records in the dark mantle's stolen memories. Before the modifications, there were dead humans and living humans. Chapter 1508. Hundreds of people gathered, but no one said a word. The atmosphere was very silent, and there was a deathly stillness in the silence. The slaves of the dead masters were at a loss, and some of them had fear in their eyes. This was the fear of an unknown future. Zichen was faced with a choice, a dilemma. The slaves didn't know that the young human in black robe was in control of their fate. Not only their fate, but the fate of all human slaves in the entire nether realm. These human slaves were transformed from the essence and blood of living people. They were relatively normal humans. After generations of reproduction, their appearance wouldn't be too different. They also had a wide range of uses and were relatively worth a little money. But those transformed from the essence and blood of dead people would have a huge difference. For example, the human slaves who pulled the cart would have a great change after generations of reproduction. They would become lower-class slaves like cattle and horses. The life and death of humans was nothing in the eyes of higher life forms. But at this moment, facing such a choice, the higher life forms also chose to remain silent. In the Jianwu continent, there were higher life forms and regarded humans as lower life forms. They could ignore the life and death of humans. But in the nether realm, they were unified as the living beings of the Jianwu continent. They didn't distinguish between high and low. Naturally, they were angry when they saw these humiliated human slaves. After independent reproduction, the human bloodline gradually faded, and the power of the foreign race gradually took over. Strictly speaking, they can't be considered as humans, but life forms created by the foreign race. Dark Mantle guessed Zichen's thoughts and explained. Zichen smiled and said, "But they still have the blood of humans." Looking at the dazed slaves, the crowd couldn't help but feel pity for them because they were the people of the Jianwu continent. Shangguan Hong seemed very reluctant and said, "They are already pitiful. If we kill them, won't they be even more pitiful?" Dongqing's eyes were slightly red and said, "We can think of other ways to save them." Wu Shuang looked at Zichen and said, "Even if we give them the cultivation method, they are born slow-witted. What can they achieve? What threat can they pose? Do we still need to worry about them?" Jin Qingqing didn't speak, but one could see the reluctance on her face. Zichen shook his head and smiled bitterly but didn't say a word. "It really doesn't matter whether we kill them or not," Fortune Teller said, appearing very indifferent. But was it really indifferent? Around them, the others remained silent. Everyone was silent, but Zi-Chin couldn't remain silent. He was the leader, and he was the one who gave orders. When he said to kill, everyone did as he said. When he said that he would not kill them, everyone left. To kill or not to kill? In the outside world, the old man looked at the silent crowd and asked, "It really doesn't matter whether we kill him or not," someone said. But even more people chose to remain silent. What did the silence mean? This represented a tacit agreement. It represents denial. The hesitant Zi-Chen's eyes turned resolute. He glanced at the crowd and turned to look at the confused human slaves. These human slaves had blank looks on their faces. Zi-Chen took a few steps forward and looked at the slaves. His eyes were firm, but his face was filled with guilt. He bowed deeply to the slaves and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to protect you." Behind Zi-Chen, the expressions of the others changed. From his words, they knew what Zi-Chen's choice was. Zi-Chen turned around and walked out of the town. His indifferent voice sounded, "Activate the formation. Leave no one alive." After that, Zi-Chen left without looking back. Every time before the massacre in the town, the array master would set up a formation in advance to trap everyone in the town. It was just that the previous few times, the formation had not been activated. Everyone had the answer in their hearts. They also knew that killing was the best choice, but no one said it. Even the three guides were silent. They didn't say it, waiting for Zi-Chen to say it. Looking at the overall situation, how could Zi-Chen say that he would not kill? If he didn't kill them, the surviving foreign race battle spirits would come back to control them again. In the future, these slaves' lives would be even more miserable. Because too many non-humankind battle spirits had been killed this time, a great number of non-humankind battle spirits had been killed. Those surviving non-humankind battle spirits might form another slave army to deal with human beings. Zi-Chen made the choice for everyone. He made the best choice. Today, in the eyes of everyone, this decision was correct. But what about the future? The twins activated the formation. Within the formation, shrill screams sounded. Several hours later, the town was reduced to ruins. No one was left alive. 3 days later, the 100-man team found another summoning platform. The three guides went forward and destroyed the summoning platform. 5 days later, the 100-man team arrived at another town. This town was not smaller than Sui Town. Zi-Chen handed the Mountain Spirit King to the twins. Through the Mountain Spirit King, the twins gave orders to the other mountain peaks. The two brothers used the mountain spirits as the foundation to set up a powerful formation. This formation could attack and defend. As long as one was enveloped by the formation, no one could break through. Not even Zi-Chen could. In the process of breaking the town, the twins and the mountain spirits played a crucial role. Everything was being destroyed. Everything was being destroyed. One summoning platform after another was destroyed. One town after another was reduced to ruins. Zi-Chen led the 100-man team and broke one record after another. At first, it was the first 5 times in history to break the town and the first 5 times in history to destroy the summoning platforms. Then it was the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and finally the 1st. But the first was not over. The records were still being set and broken. A few days ago, those people had calculated and come to a conclusion. The number of towns destroyed by the 100-man team had exceeded the total number of towns destroyed in history. The summoning platform had achieved this result more than 10 days ago. In the past, the teams would be discovered by the foreign battle spirits as soon as they arrived here. Then the foreign battle spirits would send an army to surround and annihilate them. This time, because of the Mountain Spirit King's arrogance and Zi-Chen's subjugation, their tracks were not discovered. The Mountain Spirit King's contribution to successfully passing through the mountain range and safely passing through the mountain range could not go unnoticed. Later, when they encountered the foreign battle spirits, Zi-Chen and the others' powerful battle strength played a crucial role. Everywhere they passed, not a single foreign battle spirit was left alive. As a result, the the news could not be spread for a long time. The foreign battle spirits were unable to mobilize an army of experts. After defeating them one by one, Zichen's 100-man team reaped great rewards. The only thing that made them unhappy was the human slaves they killed along the way. Among them, there were quite a few normal humans with normal thinking. Zichen killed without blinking. Along the way, he killed many humans, but it was almost unheard of for him to kill people with a knife for no reason. Although he knew that he had made the right choice, Zichen still felt guilty. A month later, Satsuma town was reduced to ruins. Not a single cultivator was left alive. All the human slaves were killed. 36 days later, the 100-man team went deep and destroyed Dui town. There were many battle spirits in this town and even more human slaves. During this period, the 100-man team split into 5 groups and headed to the nearby mines. They killed all the lives in the mines. If they could take the resources, they took them. If they could not take them, they destroyed them. Zichen led the team forward and destroyed the environment along the way. Although they did not dare to say that not a single blade of grass was left alive, they destroyed more than 90% of the resources here. 2 months later, the 100-man team gathered outside a summoning platform. Due to the opening of Tongyu Tower, the summoning platforms no longer attracted foreign battle spirits. All the foreign battle spirits had to go up to the 9th floor of Tongyu Tower before they could be summoned. However, everything in the tower was under the old man's control. It would be impossible for those awakened foreign battle spirits to return to this place. The 3 guides went forward and destroyed another summoning platform. This summoning platform was located very close to the front. It attracted awakened foreign battle spirits with great potential. After destroying the summoning platform, the 100-man team moved forward again. Just like that, amidst the killing, the 100-man team got closer and closer to Starry Sky City. However, the news of the humans' arrival had not been leaked. As a result, the foreign battle spirits suffered heavy losses. However, the 100-man team did not suffer any losses except for the loss of 2 people when they first encountered the mountain spirits. During this period, the team participated in countless battles and obtained countless luck points. If they returned to the 9th floor of Tongyu Tower, the luck points they had would be enough for them to exchange for everything they needed. They could even exchange for the Void Tree. That's right, the rules must have taken effect. The rules left behind by the ancestors are finally showing their greatest effect. Up until now, the strongest battle spirit Zichen and the others have encountered is only at the peak of level 2. The ancestors are wise. The extermination of the foreign races is imminent. In the outside world, after analyzing the battles, everyone agreed that the rules from back then had taken effect. The strongest of the foreign battle spirits was only at the peak of level 2. Therefore, everyone was very confident in Zichen's team. Looking at the 100-man team, the old man's side, the right time, the right place, and the right people. This time we have all of them. There's no reason we can't eliminate all the foreign races. Another old man praised, Zichen's actions are flawless. During this period, there were several times when he might have exposed his tracks, but he used his intelligence to stop them. He was able to drive straight in and create one miracle after another. His powerful battle strength is one thing, but Zichen's extraordinary intelligence is also something we can't ignore. That's right. He arranged for the titled Mist Shadow and other experts to hide outside the destroyed town and kill the foreign battle spirits that returned. This is a move that only Zichen could come up with. Along the way, not only did the team witness Zichen's powerful battle strength, but they also witnessed Zichen's leadership skills. All of them were in awe of Zichen. However, no matter how smart Zichen was, he would be discovered if he burned, killed, and looted in one place for an entire year. Chapter 1509. It had been exactly 1 year since Zichen had led his team to this place when their tracks were exposed. In just 1 year, they had lost 2 people and destroyed many small towns and recruitment platforms. Zichen had created a miracle. After careful calculations by the people outside, the number of recruitment platforms in Netherrealm was less than 30%. This number was calculated by the old man. The upper echelons of Netherrealm had calculated this number. Such a huge loss made them extremely angry. They had only learned of the humans' arrival after such a huge loss. The upper echelons of foreign war spirits in Netherrealm City were both shocked and angry. In the past year, the entire team had become more cohesive because of Zichin. No matter what grudges they had before, this team was now completely tied together and united against the enemy. "Where's the next target?" Zichin asked indifferently as he looked at the small town that had been turned into ruins. He was not in a good mood. His expression was somewhat gloomy. In this small town, many normal humans had been turned into ruins along with it. Even though he had told himself time and time again that this was the price to pay for war, Zichin still could not get over the hurdle in his heart. In the eyes of outsiders, Zichin was a perfect leader. However, Zichin knew very well that he was not suited to be a leader at all, much less a leader on the battlefield. Wu Xie took out a brocade-like map. The map glowed with light and was engraved with many patterns. As he poured his magic power into the map, it lit up. He pointed at a certain spot and said, "The next town is Kunming Town. After Kunming Town and another town, we will arrive at Netherrealm City. There are no recruitment platforms during this time. Only Netherrealm City has them." This brocade-like map was obtained by accident when the team destroyed a small town. This was a complete dynamic map. It marked every place in Netherrealm, every resource mine, and the distribution of recruitment platforms. Withdrawing his slightly lonely gaze, Zichin nodded and said, "As usual, we will rest for 2 days before we depart." The closer they got to Netherrealm City, the more war spirits they encountered. During this time, no matter how meticulous Zichen's arrangements were, it was impossible to kill all of them. It was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Therefore, during this period of time, every time Zichin destroyed a small town, he would let everyone rest for 2 days to prevent them from encountering a fierce battle when they were exhausted. This arrangement had been going on for half a month. Wu Xie wasn't surprised. He just nodded and put away the map to make arrangements. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 100-man team left the ruins of the small town and entered the mountain forest. They stopped to rest on a high ground. "Yi Ming," Zichin shouted softly. Yi Ming from Golden Leaf City stepped forward. Regardless of the grudge between the two of them, Yi Ming had to bow respectfully when he saw Zichin. "Let Little Beast scout around Kunming Town." "Be careful," Zichin instructed. "All right, I'll go now." Yi Ming nodded. A moment later, the little beast turned into a stream of light and flew toward Kunming Town. However, Zichin seemed to feel that it was still a little inappropriate. He motioned for Dongqing to arrange for the Aurora Pegasus to follow. Zichin and the others had already gone deep into a place that no one had ever been before. The roll of hammer and the other 2 guides gradually decreased. Most of the scouting was handed over to the 2 Beastmasters' beasts. The 100-man team sat on the ground in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting, while others were sitting cross-legged to recover. In the past few days, Zichin had deliberately asked the team to slow down. Everyone had guessed the reason. Although their expressions didn't change much, everyone couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It could be said that it was a miracle to be able to reach here without any injuries. However, if they were discovered by the foreign race's battle spirit, once the other party was prepared, it was destined to be a fierce battle. It was unrealistic for everyone to survive a fierce battle without any injuries or deaths. Half a day later, the 2 beasts returned and informed them that a foreign race army had gathered outside Kunming Town. Zichin smiled when he heard this. This was something that he had expected. He said, "As expected, we've been discovered. It seems that there will be a fierce battle next." If the team reached Starry Sky City, it would be more than a fierce battle. It was just that they had to survive a fierce battle before they were qualified to participate in the next fierce battle. Chen didn't hide this news. Soon the others found out. Although they had expected this, it still caused a small commotion. Everyone was in an uproar and discussed spiritedly. Chen didn't stop them, nor did he explain. Everyone present was qualified to be a leader. Naturally, they understood the situation in front of them. If they wanted to return alive, they had to reach Starry Sky City. If they wanted to reach Starry Sky City, they had to fight. Since they had been discovered, the next battle would be a battle to the death. The commotion lasted for a short while before the entire team returned to silence. This time no one chatted. Most of them sat cross-legged and tried their best to recover, allowing their essence, energy, and spirit to reach their peak. This area was very strange. It was suppressed by the rules. Over the past year, there had been countless battles, big and small. However, no one had broken through to the next realm. Only their battle awareness had increased a lot. Many people, including Chen, were only one step away from breaking through to the next realm. However, they hadn't taken this step in a year. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone was accumulating energy, waiting for the upcoming battle to the death. Footsteps sounded. Shen Tiandao walked over and sat down beside Chen. He wore linen clothes and had a stalk of dried grass in his mouth. It was hard to imagine that this young man, who looked like he came from a mountain village, was the #1 person in Shantian City. Along the way, there had been many battles, big and small. Both sides were already familiar with each other. Looking at the uneasy Shen Tiandao, Chen smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Shen Tiandao spat out the stalk of dried grass and rolled his eyes. "I'm scared. When has Shen Tiandao of Shantian City ever been scared? Especially when it comes to exterminating the foreign races. We are duty-bound." Shen Tiandao spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. However, Chen didn't have such awareness. He said indifferently, "If I had a choice, I wouldn't have come. All righteousness in front of me is nothing compared to life and benefits." Different ideals led to different thoughts. Shen Tiandao didn't dwell on this issue. There was a trace of worry in his eyes as he said, "What follows is destined to be a fierce battle. I'm afraid losses are inevitable." Chen nodded and remained silent. The battle had yet to begin, but death was already a reality. "Have you ever thought about what will happen if we can't reach Starry Sky City?" Shen Tiandao suddenly asked. Chen raised his head and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. His eyes were full of confidence. "We will definitely reach Starry Sky City." "So sure?" Shen Tiandao tilted his head and looked at Chen. "I'm sure. However, whether we can walk out alive is another matter altogether." During this year, Chen had already informed everyone of the situation. They had no other choice but to keep moving forward. As for the exit, only Chen could open it. However, it could only be opened once, and it had to be done in Starry Sky City. This directly cut off everyone's hopes. This was one of the reasons why everyone was able to work together. It was also because of this reason that none of the ancestors who had come here returned alive. At first, Chen thought that the leaders who had obtained the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed had not returned. However, after hearing Ba Dao's explanation, he realized that none of them had returned. Chen chatted with Shen Tiandao. After a while, a beautiful figure walked over. It was Jin Qingqing, who was wearing a full set of golden armor. Even though she had been through many battles, she still looked calm and ethereal. The soft golden armor set off her perfect figure. She walked to Chen's side and sat down without any hesitation. Under her long eyelashes, her beautiful eyes were also looking at the mountain peak. Her gentle voice sounded, "You have been looking at the map. How do you plan to fight this battle?" In this place, no one knew whether they lived or died. Talking about feelings was a luxury. Jin Qingqing came here not to talk about feelings, but to talk about war. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question too. Everyone nearby turned to look at Chen. Chen glanced at everyone, smiled, and said, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" Outside Kunming town, the foreign race army was gathered. There were more than 1,000 of them. They had already figured out the number of invaders. There were only 100 of them, while they had 1,000 here. In addition, there were many foreign race battle spirits stationed in Kunming town. The leader of the foreign race army was Cook from Starry Sky City. When he learned that the humans were invading, he had already gathered his men and waited for them to arrive. He was full of confidence for the next battle, and Cook's name would be remembered by Starry Sky City, just like those ancestors. But after waiting for 2 days, the human team did not appear. He, who was anxious to fight, was very annoyed. Send some more spies to check where those lowly humans are. Cook ordered his subordinates to investigate. One of his subordinates came forward and said respectfully, "Sir, we have sent more than 12 spies, but none of them have returned." Useless trash. Continue investigating." Cook snorted. At this moment, there were many battle spirits standing on the walls of the town behind him. These people were all watching curiously. They would be the spectators. In the future, they would perfectly spread the news of this battle. In the future, Cook's reputation would be improved by these people. Therefore, he urgently needed a battle. On one side, they were eager to fight and show off their achievements. On the other side, they were all determined to fight to the death. Just as Cook was impatient and was about to lead his men forward, they finally saw the humans who had arrived late. Compared to the murderous battle spirit army, the human team was much more low-key. No one in the human team spoke. Everyone was walking forward. On the way, Zichen used his sharp senses to destroy all the foreign race battle spirits who had come to investigate. At the same time, he also gave them a simple mission. Seeing the foreign race army, the atmosphere in the silent team became tense. The team of 100 people did not reveal any killing intent, but everyone's eyes became very cold. Chapter 1510. Before the battle even started, laughter had already spread all over the wilderness. Looking at the 100-man team in front of them, the alien race army roared with laughter. The human team was gathered in groups of 3 to 5, like stragglers without any fighting spirit. How could such a team win the battle? On the non-humankind army side, every single one of them was riding a non-humankind battle beast, holding a shining non-humankind battle weapon and wearing shining non-humankind battle armors. Added with the strong intent of killing and fighting that had been surging out of their bodies, this army was indeed like a fierce army of tigers and wolves. The average strength of the army that Cook brought this time was at the 2nd domain realm. In addition to the advantage of 10 times the number of humans, Cook did not take these humans seriously. The fact that the humans were late made him very angry, but when he saw how terrible the humans were after they appeared, his face was even more disdainful. He shook his head and sighed. Just a few insignificant humans could actually destroy 70% of our town. It seems that all these years, everyone has been too busy enjoying themselves and neglected to cultivate. When this battle is over, I will definitely report this to the higher-ups and re-establish the rules. The others agreed and laughed. They were also disdainful of the human team's performance. One was a regular army, and the other was a straggler. There was no need to fight this battle at all. The outcome was obvious. On the thick city wall of the town, the alien race war spirits who were watching the battle also saw the human team for the first time. They were very disappointed and booed one after another. Both sides had different standpoints, so it was impossible for them to surrender. When they met, only one side would be able to survive. Cook was about to order the slaughter of these humans, but after hearing the boos behind him, his expression changed and he had another plan in mind. He urged the foreign race war beast under him to move forward. The other war spirits followed, but Cook waved his hand to indicate that there was no need. "Is your leader here?" Cook walked more than 10 meters forward and shouted to the front. Zichen walked out of the crowd and raised his head slightly to look at Cook. Cook looked down at Zichen and his expression became more disdainful. he said coldly, "Do you dare to fight?" This was considered a challenge. Screams came from behind. "How do we fight?" Zichen frowned. The battle of leaders. Cook raised the weapon in his hand. Cold light radiated from the weapon in all directions. His entire body released a dazzling light. Not too far away, Hammer's gaze fell upon Cook, following which streams of power were released. In the outside world, Cook's face was clearly displayed on the hologram. Everyone could see the arrogance and pride on his face, as well as the disdain he had for Zichen. This guy dares to challenge Zichen. He's just courting death. A middle-aged man couldn't help but shake his head. Zichen's current realm was only at the peak of the first tier, but one should never use this realm to evaluate Zichen's battle prowess. This was because in the past year, Zichen had drawn his saber more than 100 times, but not once had he missed. When Zichen drew his saber, a battle spirit would definitely die. In other words, no battle spirit could survive after Zichen drew his saber. Naturally, there was no lack of second domain realm cultivators among them. This guy is finished. He's not strong to begin with, and he's so careless. Zichen has no choice but to kill him. Another cultivator sighed. It seemed casual, but everyone was actually a little nervous. After all, this was 1,000 foreign race battle spirit experts. Zichen deliberately revealed his realm aura, which was sensed by Cook. He was only at the peak of the first domain realm, while Cook was at the peak of the second domain realm. He was a full realm higher than Zichen. In terms of the battle spirit realm, Zichen was only at the 6th level, while Cook was at the 10th level. There was a difference of 4 levels between them. With such a huge difference in realm, what reason did humans have to turn the tables? Cook thought that victory was in his hands. Zichen naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to demoralize the enemy. He nodded and said, "All right, I agree." "Ha." Cook laughed proudly. Zichen walked toward Cook. He was wearing a black robe and holding a sheathed long saber in his hand. Although his face was cold, it was inconspicuous compared to Cook, who was emitting a dazzling light. Cook was like the bright moon in the sky, while Zichen was not even a firefly on the grass. "Human, I admire your courage for daring to come here with such a cultivation realm. Therefore, I will use my strongest move to kill you," Cook said seriously as he restrained his disdainful expression. Behind Cook, the battle spirits looked at him solemnly and cheered for his spirit of going all out. Zichen sneered in his heart. The disdain in Cook's eyes was still there. He was just putting on an act. Zichen had seen many people like him and had killed many of them. Cook was holding a weapon that was neither a saber nor a sword. Its arc was not as big as a saber, and it was more like a curved sword. He held the weapon tightly with a solemn expression, and there was still disdain in his eyes. He glanced at Zichen and shouted, "Blazing gorilla saber, slash!" A power that belonged to an alien race was injected into the weapon. The weapon began to glow, and a powerful force emerged from the weapon. The weapon released a blazing and bloody aura, like a boiling sea of blood. The light completely overshadowed Cook's own light. At this moment, Cook was not in the eyes of the crowd, only the weapon. The weapon that was held high vibrated slightly. A mysterious power of the sea of blood spread and shrouded Zichen. In Zichen's eyes, the scene in front of him changed completely. It turned into a sea of red. This red was not magma, but a sea of blood. It was full of a strong smell of blood. The sea of blood was bubbling and releasing high temperature as if it was boiling. Sometimes it was accompanied by shrill screams that seemed to be the voices of wronged souls. This attack not only contained a powerful attack, but also a spiritual attack that confused the mind. The power of Cook's attack shocked all the subordinates behind him. They all looked at Cook with fanatical and worshipful eyes. On the wall of the town behind, the alien battle spirits also saw such a stunning attack. Shock appeared on their faces. I didn't expect Cook to really master the blazing gorilla saber in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The human realm is low to begin with. Now that he is facing the blazing gorilla saber. There is no way he can survive. On the wall, a battle spirit expert muttered, "Slash!" The blazing gorilla saber slashed down at Zi-Chen's head. Its terrifying power erupted in an instant. The sea of blood began to roll like an angry dragon. Countless wronged souls seemed to be circling around his ears. Their voices were mournful and terrifying. Cook's attack surprised many humans. Moreover, this attack was indeed very strong. At least half of the humans were not confident that they could block it unscathed. However, there was only a trace of surprise on their faces. Then, this surprise disappeared. Compared to the power of this attack, they trusted their leader, Zi-Chen, more. Zi-Chen's black robe was swept up by the energy, flapping loudly. His black hair danced wildly, and his expression became more and more indifferent. That's not how a saber should be used. Seeing the terrifying energy like the sea of blood approaching, Zi-Chen said indifferently. He took a step forward, leaned forward, and pulled out the saber with his right arm. Whoosh! The clear and loud sound of the saber being pulled out resounded in all directions, covering the violent energy. A flash of light flashed in Zi-Chen's indifferent eyes. A beam of light appeared, like the Milky Way splitting the sky. There was only one beam of light, and only one beam of saber light. If one looked closely, they would find that it seemed that one beam of saber light had turned into 9, or 9 beams of saber light had turned into 1. This shining but not dazzling white light broke through the sea of blood and destroyed the vengeful souls. With an unyielding and unwilling will, it crossed the sea and broke through the sky. The sea of blood was broken, and the saber light of the blazing gorilla saber approached. The white saber light flashed. The blazing gorilla saber was divided into 2. The white saber light continued to move forward and swept past Cook's eyes. The white saber light disappeared. The smug expression on Cook's face froze. His pupils widened because of the stimulation, and a blood mark loomed between his eyebrows. Those in the distance did not know what had happened. They only saw that the human had broken Cook's attack with one saber, and they were all surprised. Cook's attack could be broken with one blow. It seemed that the human had come prepared, but in the next moment they saw that the motionless Cook suddenly moved. However, this movement caused his body to split into 2 halves. Even the alien battle beast beneath him was split apart as well. The 2 halves of the body fell, and the internal organs spilled all over the ground. Cook was dead. In the next moment, shock and horror appeared on the alien war spirit's face. Cook, the strongest person in the team, had been cut down by a human after using his strongest attack. Moreover, that human was weaker than Cook by an entire realm. The shocked alien war spirit stood there in a daze, as if it had been petrified. Relatively speaking, the humans were not surprised at all. Zi-Chen was the strongest warrior in the team. If he could not kill enemies of a higher realm, how could they reach this place? The expressions of the 3 guides changed. Compared to the others, the 3 of them knew the drawing technique better, especially Ba Dao. However, Zi-Chen's saber strike just now was obviously not the previous one that turned into 9, but 9 that merged into 1. This kind of method seemed to be a path that could only be taken after using the drawing technique to the limit. Back then, after he turned into 9, he immediately turned into 2. During this period, he also thought about merging, but it was so difficult that even Ba Dao could not do it. However, Zi-Chen did it. He turned 1 saber into 9, and then merged them into 1. Even Ba Dao, who had seen many big scenes, was moved by this talent. After killing Cook, Zi-Chen's black robe disappeared, and a flashing lightning armor appeared. Under the contrast of the lightning armor, Zi-Chen looked like a god of war. In Shan Lei's words, people who were born surrounded by lightning would naturally be the center of attention. With the appearance of the armor and the heavenly thunder wings, Zi-Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the 1,000-man team. Kill! Only when they arrived in front of the group did that resounding, killing cry explode in the sky. Kill! 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 But then there were several responses. The few titled warriors followed Zi Chen's footsteps and rushed into the crowd of war spirits. Chapter 1511. Zi Chen, who was surrounded by lightning, rushed toward the alien army like a meteor. His figure flashed and disappeared as if he was teleporting. With the help of the heavenly thunderwings, he dodged the attacks one after another. The dazed alien war spirits reacted quickly. Powerful attacks came one after another, but they could not hurt Zichen at all. In an instant, Zichen rushed into the crowd. Zung! In the slightly panicked army, there was a crisp sound of a saber being unsheathed. Although this sound was not as crisp as before, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. It was this sound that had just sounded, and a saber light had slashed Cook. Now, the sound was heard again, and many war spirits were terrified. The saber light appeared again, but this time it was not one but 9. 9 saber lights, emitting brilliant golden light, slashed in all directions. Pooh! Pooh! Zi Chen was surrounded by war spirits. Wherever the saber light passed, the war spirits and their beasts were killed. Zi Chen stood still, and his saber had returned to its scabbard. But then, the crisp sound of the saber being unsheathed sounded again. Swoosh! The saber light that had split into 9 appeared again and spread out in all directions. Then, another group of war spirits was killed, and a large open area appeared around Zichen. Many powerful attacks whizzed over from all directions, heading straight for Zichen, who was in the middle of the group. Zichen flapped the thunder wings on his back, and his figure disappeared from where he was, as if he had teleported. The next moment he was in the middle of the dense army of war spirits, and he drew his saber again. Zung! The crisp sound of the saber being unsheathed rang out, and the golden saber light appeared again. Back off quickly! Get out of the way, quickly! There were panicked shouts all around, and the war spirits riding their beasts began to retreat. Because it was too crowded, there was a stampede on the way back. The already panicked troops became even more chaotic because of the stampede. Fortunately, some war spirits also rode their beasts into the air and flew in all directions. Boom! The dome of heaven trembled, the bright sky suddenly darkening. A pitch-black hammerhead, enormous enough to cover the sky, emitting a dark and terrifying radiance, descended from the sky, smashing towards those flying battle spirits. The black hammer smashed down, and a huge crater instantly appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the crater, and screams and wails continuously resounded. In the middle of the deep pit stood a giant whose body was emitting a metallic luster. He was holding an enormous hammer, bashing on the heads of those battle spirits who were wounded but not killed. The hammerhead was up and down, and the sound of the hammerhead reverberated. Mansher's actions were extremely similar to whack-a-mole in Mortal Games. Mansher had already charged over, displaying a terrifying destructive power. He was like a war machine, his whole body exuding the dark color of steel. Many attacks landed on his body, but few could break through his defense. But the attacks he unleashed were abnormally terrifying. With a large area attack, even if a battle spirit didn't die, it would still be injured. If it was a small area attack or a single target attack, then the one struck would definitely die. Man sure wasn't too far away from Zichen. He was providing firepower support to Zichen, preventing others from locking onto Zichen and launching a sneak attack. And in other places, those titled individuals had already arrived. Xindao raised his hand and swept out. Cold spears of light appeared, carrying a powerful destructive power as they pierced through the hearts of battle spirits. He looked like a simple youth from a mountain village, but his attacks were decisive. Wherever he went, battle spirit corpses were left behind. Fortune Teller wasn't too far away from Xindao. He bent his fingers, and his 4 fingers touched his thumb. A mysterious power drifted into the distance when his fingertips touched. It's fate. He looked at a battle spirit and said, that mysterious power flew towards the battle spirit, striking it. The battle spirit collapsed, losing all signs of life. Its fate. He looked at another battle spirit, and this battle spirit also collapsed. The mysterious energy was like a living creature. It could charge forward, retreat, or turn in circles. It could attack, and it could also block the defenses for Fortune Teller. Its fate. Fortune Teller looked at another battle spirit. The battle spirit's vision turned black, and he lost his senses and collapsed. Although his attacks weren't as elegant as Xindao's, his method of killing people with his gaze was still more shocking than Xindao's method of killing people directly. On the battlefield, Jin Qingqing was extremely eye-catching. Her body was surrounded by golden light, and she held a large sword in her hand. Every time she swung her sword, a terrifying sword energy would appear. This sword energy could clear out a large area for her. She rushed forward with her sword, and her speed was very fast. She never stayed in the same place, so the powerful attacks that followed only exploded behind her. Rushing into the non-humankind army, Zi Qin and his people showed their great destructive power and lethality. Of the 100 people, there were still nearly 80 who stayed in the same place. They looked at Zi Chen and the others who were crazily slaughtering, and their faces were full of admiration. Awoo! A wolf's howl resounded. Behind Lang Wei, a tall wolf shadow appeared. The wolf shadow followed Lang Wei's movement and raised its wolf claw, pressing forward. The huge claw was like a black cloud pressing down, enveloping several foreign battle spirits. Then, a terrifying energy exploded, and more than half of the battle spirits were killed. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all seriously injured. Ha! With a shout, Ba Dao, who had never attacked before, attacked. He held a sheathed long saber in his hand, but the style was very different from Zi Chen's. This was the Ba Dao that several seniors had worked together to create for him, and it was more suitable for becoming a battle spirit. Ba Dao unsheathed his saber, but there was no sound of it being unsheathed. Only a blinding light appeared. After a saber light appeared, it immediately scattered, turning into 27 saber lights that swept in all directions. Ba Dao could use 9 saber lights when he was alive, but because of his realm he could only use 3 saber lights after his death. Zi Chen's 9 saber lights were already so powerful, so Ba Dao's 3 saber lights were almost too powerful. Ba Dao attacked, as did Heavy Hammer and Shan Lei. Since their tracks had been discovered, the 3 of them no longer had any scruples. They only needed to use their strongest power to kill their enemies. The hidden mist walked among the group of battle spirits. Numerous sharp sabers arrived, instantly piercing through his body. His expression didn't change much. Above his hands, a terrifying energy condensed. This energy turned into sharp sabers and directly cut down the stunned foreign battle spirits. After killing the enemies, the hidden mist moved forward again. As for the sharp sabers that had pierced his body, they slowly disappeared. Those battle spirits didn't even know when they were about to die whether they had pierced their bodies or not. Pooh, pooh, pooh. More attacks arrived, piercing through the hidden mist's body. However, there was no joy on the faces of the battle spirits, because this feeling didn't feel like they had pierced through a real body. The hidden mist faintly smiled. Energy attacks appeared once again, cutting off the heads of several puzzled battle spirits. Misty Shadow as a titled warrior, everything about him was based on the word shadow. He walked on the battlefield like a shadow. The group of battle spirits could not attack his body at all. He was like a ghost without a body. Zi Qin selected 17 people from the 100-man team according to their usual combat strength. Adding the 3 guides who had decided to attack, they formed a 20-man team. These 20 people, if each of them killed 50 battle spirits, they would be able to annihilate this team. As soon as they rushed into the battlefield, the 20-man team displayed a terrifying destructive power. The foreign army lost several hundred people in an instant. On the city wall, the battle spirit who had been muttering Cook's cultivation technique, was the mayor of Kunming town. When he reacted to the slaughter in front of him, the foreign army had lost nearly half of its members. "Hurry and go support them. Hurry!" he shouted, his voice spreading throughout the town. "All of you go. Hurry!" His voice was filled with anxiety. The other battle spirits also came to their senses and flew toward the battlefield. Even though Zi Chen and the others had displayed a powerful destructive power, they were still fearless and rushed forward. "Kill! Kill those humans!" As they moved forward, the mayor also ordered the others to attack the 80 humans who hadn't joined the battle yet. These 80 humans were relatively weak, but this was only in comparison to Zi Chen and the title holders. Their true combat strength wasn't weak at all. Moreover, there were many high-level life forms among them. Just as the foreign battle spirits rushed forward, the high-level life forms also revealed their beast forms. They were one step ahead of the human cultivators and attacked the foreign battle spirits. Compared to the human cultivators, they didn't have an advantage in terms of cultivation level, but they had the advantage in terms of offense and defense. At this point, the 100-man team had all joined the battle. They had thought that the humans who hadn't joined the battle were weak, but they didn't expect the strength they displayed to be so terrifying. In a head-on confrontation, the foreign battle spirits suffered heavy losses. In the beginning, the 20 humans with terrifying battle prowess had slaughtered more than 800 battle spirits when the chaotic battle broke out. The remaining battle spirits also retreated in fear and gathered with the other battle spirits. "Mist Shadow, Dark Mantle," Zi Chun shouted, calling out the names of 5 people in a row. The 5 looked at Zi Chen, nodded heavily, and then disappeared from the battlefield. The 5 people retreated from the battlefield, but Zi Chen and the others were still fighting a bloody battle. The battle was one-sided, and it was only a matter of time before the battle spirits were defeated. After losing more than 2,000 battle spirits, the mayor shouted for retreat. They weren't afraid of death, especially in a battle with humans. However, they wouldn't participate in such a suicidal battle. "Retreat! Retreat to the town first and wait for reinforcements to arrive," the mayor shouted and retreated with his people. As they retreated, Zi Chen and the others were still chasing after them. But when they reached the town's outskirts, Zi Chen gestured for everyone to stop. At this moment, there were no less than 2,000 battle spirits in the town. Once trapped, even Zi Chen would die. Moreover, continuously attacking with all his strength had consumed a lot of Zi Chen's mental strength. Of course, he had killed even more enemies. Amidst the tremors, balls of light appeared around the town and gathered in the sky, forming a huge dome of light that protected the entire town. Seeing that the dome of light was fully erected, the battle spirits on the town's walls breathed a sigh of relief.